Meg, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
I can now, and I can see the room too. So,
Okay, perfect. So we have Nat and Barry physically in the room. Everyone, who needs to mute? Is that my computer? Okay. And then everyone else is on Zoom.
all right, great. So we have 1, 2, 3. We're good, right? All right, everyone. Welcome to special planning board meeting Thursday, January 9th. There are public comments for this warrant article meeting.
Gotta fix that. No, we gotta,
That's mute, it's really muted.
can they make that
Charles,
louder?
can you make it a little louder?
Can you not hear me at all?
Louder. That's what happens, somehow.
Louder and a little more trouble.
Is it really bad?
That's a little
That's
better,
better.
actually.
A little
That's
better.
better.
I mean, we could call an audible and have
That's good.
Nat run this meeting.
You're doing fine.
Okay, all right. All right, then, great. I'm gonna do a quick roll call here about who's present. Joe Topham,
Here.
Nat Lowell,
Here.
Barry Rector,
Here.
John Kitchener,
Here.
alternates Stephen Welch, Abby D. Molina,
Here.
Howard.
Here.
Great. For staff members, we have Director of Planning Leslie Snell,
Here.
thank you, and Meg Trudell.
Here.
And is that it for staff in the room?
Catherine Ansaro is here as well.
I'm sorry, I can't see you, Catherine. Catherine?
Here.
Great. All right. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by John, seconded by Nat. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. All right, just real quick here. I think it's important for people to understand that this is an informational meeting as much as is anything else. And I wish that everyone would please refrain from debating the merits of any of these particular articles. This really is about understanding the articles, what they do, and what the consequences are surrounding them. This is for the public to truly understand what these articles represent and educate themselves and hopefully not take up too much time on the floor of town meeting asking questions. So with that said, we'll move to the first one on the agenda. Am I covering everything, Meg?
No, we skipped over one brief thing. So the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, EOHLC, formerly DHCD, is accepting comments on the draft accessory dwelling unit regulations through tomorrow. So we would just ask that you authorize staff to submit a comment letter on the planning board's behalf.
Okay. Someone like to make that into a motion, please?
So move, sir.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Okay. That takes care of that, Meg?
Nope, that's good.
really awkward not being in the room, so bear with me, please. Okay, so on to the first one, which would be the zoning map amendment. It's C, it's the McKays. I think they're calling it C currently. It's Lug 1 to R20 and a town and country overlay district change from from country overlay to town overlay. Meg, is somebody in the room to represent this, or?
I'm here, Peter McKay.
Yeah.
Hi, Peter, welcome. I'm sorry I'm not there to see you. Are you at the mic?
It's okay, if you can just go up to either one.
Yeah, please.
Do we have a,
What?
a screen?
Peter here.
This land? Do we have a screenshot of this land? Computer, for the screen? Megan, can you put this up? I don't mean to,
No.
the map. Just gotta look at it, so you,
Yeah, no. Perfect.
what was that?
There we go. Great. Peter, welcome. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Floor is yours, sir.
Floor is mine? Okay. I think the article that I wrote up is pretty self-explanatory, but I'll highlight a couple of the things. First and foremost, it's 1 acre Lug 1 right now. It used to be Lug 3. It's been changed to Lug 2. Now it's Lug 1. It's changed quite a bit. My brother lives next door, 21, and we've both been there for almost 40 years, 2 separate families, 2 separate houses. And I think the gist of my request here is that we've been here for 40 years, devoted our lives to the island here, and yet if any of us wanted to move, we can't unless we do it jointly. And that being said, that's the request, to be able to divide this from a Lug 1 to R20, so that we have some independence ourselves and also independence for our children should they end up getting the property, which I'm not planning on right now. But in any case, how do I put this? There's been we live by the airport, and everybody knows about the PFAS, the airport encroaching on us. My brother and I have both developed a prostate cancer from it. We live in an industrial area. And if there's little purity of zoning in that area, as there is right behind us, an undersized lot of 1/3. There's lifeguard housing. There is a Murray's Day Campus down the street, a church, Nisha. I mean, so the purity of the zoning in this area has already been tampered with quite a bit. I'm all for the efforts of zoning, but obviously in this case here, what I'm asking for is recognition that we're not looking to change the texture, the consequence, as you say, what are the consequences of this request? None. Because with the deed restriction, we're not looking to do this so we can build more and make money. All we're looking is individual ownership. The deed restriction would say that the 2 houses that have been there for almost 40 years are going to be the same 2 houses, whether it's Peter and Allison, Dave and Ann living in them, or Harry and Marcia and Frank and Susan. It's going to be the same 2 houses. There will be no density change, none whatsoever. And we're looking for recognition of that, especially given the fact that there's so many inconsistencies in our area, and the airport's been encroaching and affecting our lives in so many significant ways, that you give us a positive recommendation to be able to move forward and separate those. I don't think it's unrealistic. I'm certainly aware that most requests for smaller zoning come with the understanding that you're going to build another house, either for family or for profit, what have you. That's not what we're looking for here. As it also says in the article, we looked at alternative ways. Covenant housing would be a financial hardship. It's less than 1/2 of what we would be able to sell it for. And if we wanted to be able to move on, that would be a financial hardship. And I'm not sure what else can say that beyond what my write-up says, if you've had the opportunity to read it. But I'm looking for the blessing of this board to be able to move forward and look at it. The ZBA said it would set a bad precedent. I'd counter that and say there are such things as good precedents too. A good precedent in this case here would recognize what these 2 families have done for the community for the last 40 years, and we're not looking to change the density at any capacity. We're just looking to be able to move on with our lives. So I don't know if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to ask any, but I'm not sure what more I can add unless even my brother, or Dan or Dave. No. So,
Great, Peter, thank you very much. And I think we all appreciate everything you do for this town or have done, so, or for the people that live in it. Great. Board members? Questions, concerns, questions for Peter?
I'll go first, Dave, if that's all right.
Great, yes,
Oh, go, sure, okay, sorry.
great. I'm sorry, I can't see what's going on in the room, so, yeah.
Is that okay?
Diane.
Ann Faniff, I'm Pete Nell's sister-in-law. David is my husband. I just want to reiterate what Peter says. I am not an expert on planning, and I really don't know the logistics of so much of what we're asking for. But at the end of the day, I'm a teacher at the public school, 29 years. Pete and Al are in a different place in their lives than we are. And I know that this is probably not something that the town wants to do, but you have the ability to support us in it. And I would ask you to do the right thing and give us that consideration. I know precedents and there's concern, but there's also fairness. And I guess that's all I would ask. I know you're all doing the best job you can, but it's an enormous issue for us. So
Yeah.
thank you for your time and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Nat, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask a couple questions of staff. This is an odd meeting. I'm not the chair, but I'm going to sound like one. That's okay.
Usually,
Leslie, how many square feet is this property? And do you know?
40,000,
It's 40 with both houses?
yes.
Okay. So I'm not trying to make things confusing, but these questions, stuff I'm going to say is what people are thinking that know these things, so I have to kind of get this all out. This is
okay.
your portfolio is now going to become public, and just how it is, okay? How is, one of them has got to be a second dwelling. That's what I can't figure out. So how do you have two different numbers?
It is a second dwelling. My brother's house ours was built
I never
first.
knew this. I've been to your houses 100 times, and I didn't know anything about it. That's amazing.
Yes.
So,
His is considered the secondary dwelling.
okay, but it has two different numbers,
Yes.
21 and 25.
Correct.
Which is really weird. Okay. It should be 25B or something, in the way things are now.
Yeah.
Okay? I know. I'm just saying. Just trying to,
Yeah.
Okay. This is awkward to talk about doing this.
I understand that, Nate.
Like,
Matt.
being in favor of this, there's probably 200 people that need the same thing.
Oh, I don't know.
I know, I'm just saying, all over the place with weird zoning snafu stuff,
Wait.
things that were built back whenever, mid-'80s, early '70s, doesn't matter. And all of a sudden, hey, if we do this, we can do this, and it's like, okay, there are some things we've done that look like this, but they're really not exactly like this. This is almost like making your brother's house a covenant primary dwelling, in theory. Like, that's what it's kind of doing.
If you go through the covenant
If you
laws,
go
yeah.
through that,
Yeah, right.
but it's the same thing. So you would get two market rate lots with two existing homes on them, like immediately, essentially.
But if we sold them both together, we'd get market rates for both of them together.
I know. I understand all that.
Yep.
Okay. So the only way to make this palatable for town meeting, because you have to pretend that we're at town meeting right now, because that's what this means.
I understand that.
It would have to be so deed restricted and so perfectly legally binding that these lots are restricted in a certain way, like the year-round deed restriction program that's now happening, created to be 240 median income. That's a palatable thing. So you'd have market rate, but not be able to sell them for 2 million apiece, let's say, it would be 1 point, whatever the number is, right? That it calculates to, which I don't have that information in my head. I just understand the program. That would be the only way, in my opinion, that this could be made a positive situation to be where 350, 400 people would say yes to something like this.
I would want the specificity of the deed restriction to be as clear as possible,
Yeah.
because the intent of this, again, is not to build
Yeah.
a square
You're
inch of
not
anything.
doubling, you're just slicing.
We're not, we're just slicing, we're not, it's not going to change the texture whatsoever, so, yes. I
Now,
would
what
be-
about spot zoning, Leslie? That, we get back to that.
I am concerned that this is a spot zone, and I expressed that to the McKays when I met with them. There's not any R20
No.
in the
Saw that.
immediate vicinity of the property. It would be an isolated R20. One of the criteria that you look for in whether or not something is a spot zone is there an economic impact to an individual property owner that's not available to others? But we did talk with town council about it, and, you know, there are criteria for spot zones, but it's something that really has to be challenged with the Attorney General. So it's more complicated than us identifying it as one, but I do have very strong concerns about it.
There is an undersized lot right behind us, map 79, parcel 68, it's only 0.33 acres. That's right behind our house.
You have
Yeah.
to come to the
Go
microphone.
ahead, yeah.
And I really do appreciate all the thinking that you're putting into this. I'm going to ask the question awkwardly. I understand, Nat, your point that there's a lot of other folks or whatever. Does it weigh in the fact that our wells were completely polluted by an enterprise organization? You know, no bad people,
Yeah.
but bad things happened. And the pollution took place through a board that is an enterprise account controlled by the town. So do you know what I mean? There was something, damage was done to our law. Do you know what I mean? That affects a whole bunch of things. So does that give you a special kind of consideration when weighing our request?
From that,
I don't know if I could, yeah, go ahead, Dave. See, I'm ended up being chair, I knew it was gonna happen.
that's what happened when you sit in that seat, Matt. I guess the question is, let's say that it is spot zoning. Let's say that we give it a positive recommendation. Town meeting does the right thing and votes this a yes for them. The worst case scenario is the AG says, sorry, no go, that's spot zoning. Correct?
Yes, or someone challenges it with the Attorney General, but I just want to, while I'm speaking, add that I have the same concerns that Nat has, that there are, you know, a lot of other properties that could have the same benefit from the same practice. And while I'm very sympathetic to the McKay's situation, you know, there's a bigger picture here that I have some concerns about.
Can I, okay, so,
Can I-
you just,
one more thing,
go ahead, Dave.
Mr. Chair, one more thing. So what, right now you're in lug one, correct?
Correct.
So, and this is just technically, is this warrant article correct that I'm looking at then? Because the intent isn't reflected in number one on the zoning in the warrant article itself. Number one is amend the zoning map. It talks about C-Tech and R5.
You are correct, and that was brought up by Erica Mooney, who discussed it with Sarah Alger, who discussed it with town council. And I had emailed Leslie, I know you got back from vacation recently, but that I took this directly from her in terms of, because I've never written a citizens article before, this is not my forte. So she sent me this and said, use this. So I defer to Leslie as far as that's concerned in terms of whatever misinformation about the CTEC is concerned, because you're right, that would be, it was identified by Erica and Sarah and town council.
And I'm
as
not
an error.
looking to blow, don't get me wrong, Peter, I'm not looking to blow this up on you.
No,
at
no,
all.
I understand that. No, I understand. I'm
I'm
glad you brought it up because I wanted to bring it up myself
Yeah.
before.
I think we just need to deal with it the best we can right here,
Yep.
okay?
Yep.
Before we
Yep.
get too far down the road, and I'm not sure how we do that or if we can do that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I did assist them with the article that was a cut and paste error, and town council has said that it can be corrected through your motion if you're
Okay.
inclined to give it a positive recommendation.
Great.
Okay, so we got
Thank
this
you.
technical error correction. Okay, so
Thank you.
just stay right there though, okay?
I ain't moving.
So I have to ask them the stuff that I don't fully understand. So what about the Seasonal Communities Act in regards to them? As far as where that would negate the old spot zoning argument, which is old. And with these restrictions, because this is, if the seasonal, I'm thinking past you guys, forget you for a second, because that's what happens. This is a new thing now with the deed restriction program for year-round ownership. Is not the same thing as covenants. It's not the same thing as, it's a new way to have like sort of that priced house that doesn't exist on Nantucket, that's 1.3 million, 1.5, there is none, okay? Does this trump, sorry I said that, the spot zoning issue with the Attorney General if we're in the seasonal communities thing? Because
No.
it doesn't.
So,
Okay.
and the seasonal communities is kind of twofold at this point. There were certain aspects in the legislation that grant us the ability to place year-round deed restrictions that designate us as a seasonal community. However, the Seasonal Communities Advisory Council hasn't put out regulations to adopt just yet. So it's kind of high level right now, and it's not really ingrained in the detail of the legislation just yet.
Okay, and then Leslie, I'm going back to before COVID, when we tried to do something with those gigantic lots in Tom Nevis, and we had this idea of, okay, lug 2, but you only get to do one secondary on each lot, and that's it. Like, we had this plan for that, and that didn't happen, but it actually should have, but that's okay. So I'm looking at this as a sort of a tool that could work, as long as it's restricted. It's a benefit to the year-round issue of housing, especially in certain areas, and this is one of them. But it's a hard sell, because it automatically looks like we're giving away the store for one lot out of all these other lots. It's complicated, Peter, and this, you have to trust what we're talking about here. It's not again anything about you. This is the first time we've ever seen this exactly in this type situation. We've had it in areas that used to be R20, got changed to this. It's like a border issue where it's not just one lot, right? We've had it a little bit on First Way in the past with R1 versus R10 and stuff like that, but this is a little bit more unique to any of the other ones that we've looked at in the past. And that's why I'm asking all these questions about the deed restriction, because that's all new. That's all in the last year.
Yep.
You see? So other than doing conventional deed restrictions and making it work on your own, the spot zone part comes in as a flag, regardless of whatever restricted at. And that's, I think, where we are now.
I understand.
Would you agree with that? Okay. Joe's got his hand up, right? Joe, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. So one thing I wish we had was a surveyed site plan. So it sounds like the lot is 40,000 square feet, which would be technically a R40 lot, right? In a lug 1. So what I was trying to figure out, and I feel like this is spot zoning, but I'm trying to figure out some way to help him out. Mr. McKay said that there's not changing any density. So if it was subdivided into R20 lots, right? Because the language is wrong. Then, but does that then allow them more ground cover? Because it's instead of 10%, now you just had 2 lots at 12.5%. Or are they maxed out on ground cover if you did that subdivision? So there is no density change. There is no change. I'm just trying to figure out some way to kind of help them out that way, if that's possible. And if there is some restrictions that we can do, but right now, without seeing that surveyed lot and knowing ground cover per dwelling, the secondary and the main, then I kind of feel like this is kind of open-ended. It's not enough language to kind of do what
Yeah.
he's asking us for.
That would,
Go ahead.
Joe just hit the nail on the head. I didn't think of it. So what he just said, Peter, for you, this is what Joe just said. I always say Joe thinks of everything that I forget or don't know. He's saying subdivide with the same ground cover that Lug 1 has. So in other words, he's saying, okay, you'd get 2 half-acre lots, but you don't get 12.5% ground cover on those lots anymore. That's the catch. That
I understand
the
that.
people that know what's going on are thinking that right now.
That's why I wanted to make sure that deed
So
restrictions.
you would
that we
still be
don't-
7%
Right.
in each lot. So you're not adding any ground cover.
Yep.
Well,
We'll make sure it's not,
little
make
bit.
sure we're not creating a
but-
non-conformity.
no, you would be a little,
Why?
because actually you might not. Actually, you might be taking it away. You might not even have room for a second dwelling that's of any size. But that would be a big deal right there to limit it to the 7% that he has now.
Which I'd
The
be more than
catch
happy
is,
with. Mm-hmm.
though, what Joe is asking for is the plot plan to know what you have, because technically your brother's house is taking up ground cover on the 40,000.
Understood.
So you might be out of ground cover right now.
Right now, we
I
are.
don't know if you are.
Right
That's
now, we
what
are. We
Joe
did
is
have a
asking
site
for.
survey. My
So
wife was-
technically, if you had two 20,000 square foot lots with 7%, you might still be out of ground cover, which is good, because now you can't build anything, or whoever owns it later.
Right. Well, again, not being an expert, therein lies what
This is-
I've said before, is the deed restriction, so it ensures,
Yeah.
carefully worded, that not another square inch is built anyway.
I hate to say this, Peter. I love this concept because this is brand new. This is not like anything else we've looked at before, to keep a year-round property year-round. If that's the number one goal now, the covenant program is going to happen on its own like it already is but having actual lots deed restricted to year-round ownership is going to be the next big thing to do.
And I'm all for that.
But what you're asking for is complicated. And like Joe just said, there needs to be some really strong language to make sure that this lot, these two lots
Yep.
potentially would be exactly what we're talking about legally 20 years from now.
Can it be written
30
up as
years from
such, so if should it be approved and separated as far as that's concerned, that the deed restriction not only states that no additional building is done, but that the house will be for year-round residents?
Oh, that would be in. The
that would be-
year-round
okay.
part, it would be year-round ownership.
Okay, yeah, right.
But what
Okay.
would have to be in there is the ground, what can get built, that you may be able to build, a 600 square foot second dwelling someday. That's okay, because as long as it's 7% of that lot. What I'm saying is, I think that this is going to need, I don't want to try to say that there's going to be a special town meeting or say that this should wait a year, but I don't want this to fail because of lack of understanding. This needs to be this could end up being something that gets done in the future in other places. But having it on one 40,000 square foot lot in the middle of all this is a tough sell on its own. Okay? I mean, my ears have been ringing for years with this stuff, and I just didn't realize what you were doing, and now I see it. And I think it's awesome if there's a way to keep it exactly what we're talking about legally 100% when the next generation this cycles through.
And I would venture to say, the word unique in this certainly has come up more than I care to think.
Yeah, I'm sure it has.
That being said, if in fact there was another situation like this, where
Well, this-
I would recommend the same.
Situations like this would pop up if anyone thought of it.
Yep.
Nobody's thinking of it because it's too unconventional to think of. No one's going to say, well, I'm going to go to town meeting and change my one lot zoning. Like, that won't happen. But with the whole restriction part plugged into it, there may be a way to do it as a program almost, but we're way away from that,
If we could, well,
I mean, Leslie, I just don't see any way around you can't make it a non-conforming subdivision. There's no such thing. so he can't do that. So how do you create what he's doing with, his brother's lot can be separated, but that one's not a market rate lot. I mean, that's the only problem. I mean, there could be you could covenant his other house and be done with the whole thing just the way it is. But one's worth 2 million and one's worth 746,000 right now, or whatever the hell the number is. That's the problem.
So to achieve 2 market rate, legal size lots, I think the most reasonable approaches would be either A, seek a variance through the zoning board of appeals, which is a hard sell, or to come back with an article that includes more properties so that it's not a single
Well, the more
zone.
property thing was something we hadn't
And
brought up yet.
there are other properties around there that are either non-conforming or that are awkwardly shaped in a way that they probably couldn't be redivided. There's one owned by the town nearby, so that the town could benefit from additional housing. I think an article with more properties would be the best approach if the board's inclined to support potentially a rezoning.
I'm gonna let Pat talk. Mr. Chair, I'm pretending not to be chair, but I'm being chair again. So Pat's at the microphone. So go ahead, Patrick.
Patrick Tafe, 21 Ottawa. I just had another thought, another way to do this. I know in North Shop, there are lots that have 2 homes with separate people, non-family members that own them, as far as I know. I think so.
Every lot's got one house, that's it.
Nashua
Oh, yeah,
That's different, yeah.
you are right.
That's a co-op.
All right. I was wrong with that. But my thought was, instead of doing spot zoning, could you let them, give them the ability to condo the property so that you can have individual ownership and
Well, that's
the
what
market would dictate
that's
the
what
price? But without changing the zoning is what I'm asking.
well, that's what the covenant does.
But I'm
But-
saying not make it a covenant house.
No, but okay, but a condo is the same, I mean, that, you guys can explain that, because that was what it used to be called. Like we did it, like Daffodil had that.
But if it were a condo, someone that maybe doesn't live here could buy it. Condominiums aren't just for year-round residents. I'm just saying it would give them a better market rate price if they could sell it to whomever wanted to buy it, not just someone that lives here year-round.
So if I can address that.
And that's
So,
without changing the zoning.
so
Just a thought, I don't know if it works.
So our zoning bylaw does not allow multiple dwelling units on a single property in this particular zone and others to be condoed unless one is subject to the housing needs covenant. So, and I looked with the McKays at the size of their dwellings, thinking that maybe through the new Affordable Homes Act, something could be done that way, or through maybe a tertiary dwelling situation, which there's only 2 dwellings on the property right now. But we couldn't come up with any solutions other than
I know what
some
you're
type
saying.
of a rezoning or variance.
Go ahead,
Hi, I'm David McKay, Peter's brother.
David.
I just kind of wanted to reiterate the point when we've been living there since 1985. With the airport expansion and all the people that have happened there, we've already suffered a great hardship, which most people in Nantucket haven't had the same thing. Our wells have been, PFAS there. We're getting town water finally brought in after years of fighting this. And Peter and I have both developed prostate cancer. Whether this is from the PFAS or not, we don't know. But I mean, I think this is such an extenuating circumstance forever to be able to grant something. And Ann and I aren't going anywhere. We,
yeah.
she's teaching, I'm bartending. We're living here for a long, long time. So I just feel like
Well-
it just seems like this just cries out, like, make an exception. We're not building anymore. We're not asking for anything else. It's just a hardship. I guess that's all I have to say.
David, I totally hear you. And the best thing you said is you're not leaving. So that means we're not up to a deadline for this town meeting to be like the be-all and end-all. You have to remember, we understand this, but that audience can be brutal with something like this especially. And I just know that it will be difficult.
Right.
So what Leslie said about hold on one second, Campbell, the condo thing, that was the original covenant, in theory, before the term covenant was when the fee simple process was thought of, like the daffodil lots, Leslie.
Can I just point out,
right.
the daffodil lots were subject to a zoning freeze that allowed them to be co-opt, which then we had a zoning change that allowed those lots to be condoed. So that's a really unique situation
Yeah.
that's
Well, I just
not
use that
anywhere else on
because
the
I know
island
that's
except
a
for a few
mess
places.
and needs to get fixed. But anyway, so the problem, David, is the value of a covenant, the calculation of the value of a covenant is horrible. But that isn't like gonna stay the same. We just got the new numbers and they went up about $35,000 or something like that. I just think that this is a great debate, discussion, conversation, this is a community conversation, this one right here. Like, because it's existing dwellings, existing land, but we got to come up with a way to make it palatable and work in other spots too, without it becoming controversial, in my opinion. And I think that deed restriction program is a huge benefit. Seeing R20 plugged into one 40,000 square foot lot is that's the awkward part. That automatically makes everyone think that it's like spot zoning and.
But what about that property behind us? It's already,
I know. The non-conforming lots is what Leslie's talking about.
Right.
Getting those all tied in
yeah.
to this article in some type of a restriction is probably the best route to take, in my opinion. But, I let others talk now, but I'm
You were
just
saying
thinking.
that it takes some time, and I realize that. We've already taken some time, and as it is,
Yeah.
I'm 68.
Yeah.
Being in the hospital for so many years, nobody's guaranteed golden years. I'm tired of waiting for rules when you look at so many exceptions. Look at Parker Lane and Fairgrounds Road, for heaven's sakes.
That's all R10, all legal,
I know,
A&R.
but look at, but
See,
somebody
that's the-
driving by
I know,
looks at the density of that, and you
You
go,
know what you're saying right now?
what's that?
What I tell people every day, they think we're making zoning changes at meetings and giving stuff away, and that has been R10 since 1978.
I support
I'm
the
just saying
zoning
it's true.
altogether, without a doubt.
I know.
When you're driving by, you're going to drive by that and go, oh, you're going to drive by our place, and you're not even going to notice it.
Yeah.
And I'm asking for that kind of
And
big
everybody
picture.
builds to their maximum ground cover now. When it's a new job, that's what they do
Well,
because it's so hard to build.
And we're not going to build to the maximum ground cover. we'll do
I
just the
think Dave's
opposite.
trying to
Dave,
chime in.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Listen,
You wish you were here now, I bet.
I fully understand Peter's frustration. And I think we as a board feel that same frustration that we can't just say, okay, yeah, great, here you go, enjoy. But one thing I think important to keep in mind is, and Nat said it, this is a community conversation. And regardless of what we say here as a board, you can call this a town meeting and invite this discussion to be had by the community. And I think that you have a very, very compelling story. My only concern is that it won't hold up at the AG's office when it gets there. And that's my greatest concern because I feel for you. Like, I want to give you what you want. We're just trying to figure out a way to do it. To fix the
I hear
hole.
that and I appreciate that. I know all of you are trying to do that. And you're trying to work within the rules that you're compelled to follow.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the efforts. It's obviously all I can do is put forth what we've been through and the changes, the differences that already exist.
None of this is lost on us.
How much
I
time?
have a quick question.
Campbell, go ahead. Dave, sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
Campbell's been up there for a while.
Sorry to interrupt. I just have a question because I think part of the switch to the residential zoning is going to require the town overlay to be extended, correct? I mean, just hold on. So I don't have that map in front of me, but I know that there was some extension for Nisha. And as he was speaking, there are some sort of C-techy commercial like properties. I'm just wondering, like, from where the town overlay district ends now, and this extension, what properties would be included in that extension? And are they on the same side of the road? And then do you get to Leslie's point of including more properties in this switch? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then where in September, I don't know it's September, but, you know, they've all been talking about town meeting in the fall, and whether there would be time to make this stretch and satisfy their needs. Do you see what I'm saying there? Like, to put the overlay district ahead of the residential zoning
Campbell, if I
piece.
can.
Yep.
If I can jump in. Campbell, so you're probably reading the inaccurate part of this. This is all residential zoning. The reason the overlay needs to be
Yeah.
changed is because Lug 1 is a zoning district that exists in the country overlay district. What they want to change it to, which is R20, is only available in the town overlay district. It has nothing to do with, these live in residential lots. C-Tech doesn't exist here. It's just a misprint, cut and paste error on the body of the article.
Okay, I understand what Lug 1 is and what residential, and I understand the difference between the country overlay and the residential. I was just trying to throw out, because I couldn't see where the town overlay extends to currently. So, you know, I'm just throwing something out there as a way to think about it. I'm not trying to.
No, I get
Because
you.
I think what was her name, Eileen or Irene, on Rugged
Road.
Road, that was an issue
It-
of similar sort with the spot zoning, et cetera. So anyways, that's all I wanted to throw out.
So on the map here, this green area, that is town overlay.
That's the town overlay.
Okay. So let me take off just the zoning, it could get a little confusing. Okay, the parcel in questions here, town overlay is all of this green area,
Yeah.
okay?
And
Peter?
Megan, just if I can get a minute, that strip that you see on the other side of Monhanset,
That's the airport,
that's all airport, right?
yes.
All right. And that falls in the country overlay, right?
It's half and
Yeah.
half.
Yeah, okay.
Some
But,
of it is, some of it isn't.
That's all right. Now, that just helps me kind of define that a little bit. So I got a question for the two of you, and it doesn't need an answer right this minute. Is there anything that would be helpful to them if they went into R40 as opposed to R20?
No,
I'm just asking
thought
the
of that already,
question.
No,
No, all right. I just was trying to think if there's a way to phase this thing, but no. All right, thank you.
So, question for you. Thank you for hanging in there, Peter, okay?
No problem. I'm retired.
This is, well, how much time, number one, how much time do we have for, you know, an action on the article itself for the warrant? And two, can we, sometimes we get town council's opinion, you know, somebody up there, not Pucci or whoever, that is like, this is so different than the typical question, though. I still feel personally that, like, if you could just have a crystal ball of the Seasonal Communities Act and some of this other stuff that we're doing ourselves already, and how it all ties in, there's an answer to this. It just isn't on paper yet. You know what I mean? Like, there's an answer somehow to do this for them, but it's not something we can put our finger on and put up on the screen and say, this is what we're doing. So now I'm back to lawyer language stuff and having everything so perfect that no one can question it. And that's where I'm at right now, to continue to get answers to that. I mean, I feel like we're sort of, I know you've been waiting, whatever that means, but I've been here for a half an hour, and I didn't know anything about exactly what we were doing here at the, you know, totally, but I understand it, that's for sure. It's just, it has to be clean. It has to be super crazy clean for this to pass town meeting. What we say here, we give this the green light, that doesn't mean it's gonna pass. Because we get a lot of, you know,
I know.
negative press around here. So, so I can tell you that it isn't gonna be blessed in 2 seconds.
Just because
So
you said
we
so.
need to make this be as perfect as it can.
I
You know,
recognize that, and I want to be as
do like
perfect as
that
I can.
idea that Leslie had about the ground cover. That's a big deal. If there was a way to do this, deed restricted year-round ownership, both lots, and 7%, not 12 and a half.
Right.
That's a big one.
And
I mean,
I'm-
that's easy to
That's
say
basically
yes
our
to that.
intent, without having put it
Because
into-
essentially, you're not getting anything extra, but the
Don't want it.
community gets 2 year-round properties guaranteed.
Right. And that's our line of
And
thinking.
that's the key to the whole damn thing.
And we
It's
need
just
a
question
legal
of
expert to be able to
getting past
put
the
that
R20
in.
part.
We need a legal expert to put that into the correct verbiage so that that's all understood, because that's
think-
exactly our intent.
Yeah, I think Dave has got something, and I know Megan's got something, so.
Go ahead,
I
whoever's
just,
next.
Peter, have you approached your neighbors by chance to see if they were?
Oh, they're all for it, every single one of
But
them.
Yeah, but he
are they
needs
willing
the-
to add, do you have a neighbor that shares property lines with you, or a couple that would be willing to go to R20 and deed restrict as
Yeah.
well?
Would they be willing to go to R20 as well?
Indeed.
I can't see any reason why not.
And deed restrict though. Because that might be the easiest path, if you can get a group of, and I don't know how many properties Meg may be able to say, together, that would be willing to go into that zoning change, and with some reasonable restrictions, that could be a path for you. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I'd have to ask them, we only have 3 bordering neighbors as far as that's. Oh, sorry, there's one of our neighbors.
Wow,
Yeah.
this is amazing.
Is she up there still?
Sorry.
Okay, so we've had someone at the microphone for a
No,
while
go
that I
ahead.
think should be
We'll let
recognized
Matt
first.
speak, and then we'll get
And
back to
then the
this.
public hearing's still open, and then I have a suggestion, because we have a lot to
I
get
know.
through tonight.
Yes.
We're almost an hour in, and this is just
Yeah,
one
I
article.
appreciate the time. I know you got a lot on, so I appreciate your efforts, though.
Thanks. Matt Peel for the record. And just, I know Peter doesn't want to wait. McKays are great friends of ours, and we love them to death. And there looks like all signs are pointing towards a fall town meeting, a special town meeting as well, kind of based off a lot of comments we've been seeing at the select board. So I'm assuming, if something doesn't get done with this board or anything on this round, hopefully the latest you'd have to wait would hopefully be like September, October, or whenever they call that in the fall. Secondly, just brainstorming, just helping the process. I don't know, is there anything that could be, and this may be a stupid question, I'm just trying to help the brainstorming process, but with the Lovers Lane project and the bike path on Montahanta, I don't know if there's anything that'd be tied in with that, because is there going to be any eminent domain taking or anything? I don't know if it's running down their side of the street or it's running on
It's
the other
running
side
down
of
our
the street.
side of the street. The bike is on our side of the street.
Okay, I don't know if that's already all been agreed to. I don't know if there's anything, it's not my expertise or anything. I was just throwing it out there as a possible idea, so.
It's not encroaching on our land at all. It's taking town
The
land.
layout is 80 feet on that road.
Yeah. So, and that's already been cut down and prepared for the sidewalk.
Yeah.
It doesn't impinge on our land. But,
I think it's 80 feet. Maybe it's not.
Oh.
Okay.
So Mimi's,
Who's the lady that's on? Is somebody on
Mimi
here?
Huber,
it was our neighbor.
Okay.
There she is. She's,
so you should have
has her hand up.
permissions to talk.
Mimi's on. Okay, I didn't even see her hand. Okay, can you,
That's me.
okay.
I'm all for this change for the McKays. We've been neighbors for over 30 some odd years, and I find, this is kind of a financial burden for them, where Peter and Allison, have grandkids now off island and want to spend time with them. But, this is most of us, our home is probably one of our biggest investments. And I actually would be very much in favor of this subdivision for them. I realize, you know, all the other complications that go along with the zoning and the AG and those decisions, but I am in favor of it, and I abut their property, and you know, but in terms of going to R20 for my property, you know, I'd have to talk about that because we have right next to the McKays, our lot is 1.5 acres. So to go to R20 and restrict it to 7%, is that what you were talking about, Nat?
Well, I didn't mean that to sound like the whole thing. I was more trying to get the palatable discussion here with 2 existing dwellings, what they're trying to do with already built lots.
Yeah.
I actually thought of something else since then, is the R40 density, ground cover, 10% could be the number that could work for the neighbors, just is an idea. You know what I mean, Barry?
Yeah, unfortunately, I had asked.
I was just thinking that, you
Yeah,
know,
that's
out
why,
loud.
that's why I asked that question of staff earlier, if there were any advantages toward doing that, and they said no.
No,
So
no,
then-
no, I'm just strictly talking about the ground cover part, not
right,
the,
all right.
the size.
So I just wanted to clarify a point about the potential deed restriction that we all seem to be talking about. Deed restrictions in connection with zoning changes at town meeting have to be voluntary on the behalf of the property owner. So the planning board can't, well, we can talk about it and brainstorm ideas. The planning board can't condition the zoning change
Correct.
unless the, you know, the article sponsor voluntarily moves that forward. So I would suggest maybe at a staff level, we can continue to brainstorm ideas in the next couple of weeks and continue this discussion to the
Yeah.
meeting on
I
the
think
30th.
that's,
Yeah, if you could just, I understand that we'd be responsible for that. I just need to know what we need to be putting in place, so we'd be as semantically specific and accurate as we have to be.
Perfect, Peter. No, I agree, Peter. So I think what we should do here is we should leave this open, and we should continue it to another meeting and have Peter reach out to staff and try to work through this. And then we can bring it up at the next meeting. Does that sound like the proper path, Meg?
Yes.
yeah.
And I would say you have to continue to a specific date, just based on our meeting schedule and what we have scheduled on the various meeting dates. I would recommend continuing to January 30th.
So if someone could.
So this will be on the agenda
January
30th?
30th.
Okay.
Back again with time for you to talk to staff and maybe talk to neighbors, and I think we're all, as you can tell, we're all motivated to find an answer for you. We just want an answer that works and sticks.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much for all your efforts, and sorry for everybody else taking so much
You have to have a
time.
motion.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I'll
Okay,
make a
so-
motion at this point that we continue to January 30th.
I'll second that.
A motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John? You're muted, John.
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That's unanimous. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being patient. We're gonna move on to what is currently
missed
labeled.
one.
Did we skip
Yeah.
one?
So, Mr. Chair, excuse me, before we move on to the 32 Appleton Road, we skipped over, just in case people in the audience might be waiting for Rachel Drive and South Shore Road.
That's continued.
That's going to be
well,
continued, so
I
we
gotta-
need
I
to
gotta
actually open
review.
the public hearing and continue it to January 30th, but we will not actually be discussing it this evening.
I'm gonna recuse
Oh.
on that, and so Joe or Nat should take care of that, and I'll be back when you guys are done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Motion to continue Rachel Drive article to January 30th?
Yes, please.
And I'll second that. Is there, do you want to do this? Is there any other discussion on the
Any
issue?
other discussion?
Here.
All those in favor, Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and the acting fake chairman says aye too. Dave, you're killing me. Okay, so Dave, you're back now. We're going to Appleton?
I am back. Yes, we're going to what's listed, I think is J, probably in the warrant, in the citizen articles. It's a zoning map amendment change, R20 to R10 at 32 Appleton Road. The proponent is Beth Jekanowski.
Give me just a moment. I'll bring Beth over as a panelist.
Nat, you gotta stop sighing in the microphone.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a sigh. That was just, I don't know.
Let me bring up the map too. Okay, we have Beth here.
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi, Beth, welcome.
Thank you.
Would you like to explain your warrant article to the board?
Sure, it's a proposed zoning change on behalf of the owners. I'm sorry, I might have to plug in my computer. You can see that looking on the plot plan here that you're pulling up. R10 is right next door. R20 is the targeted property you have highlighted in red. And that's currently R20. And then you can see that prior to the abutting lot, that's R10 is R5. And I did provide the survey plot plan, and it is in keeping. It's completely conforming should it change to R10, which is our proposal. The current applicant, I'm working on behalf of the owners who own Sophie Teas and Shangri-La, and this will help them provide viability for their company and their employees who are currently sharing the house that we were blessed to. They purchased it a few years ago for themselves, and they are housing some employees currently in that space. And this will give them more of an opportunity to be economically viable, because carrying two restaurants is a big, taking on, and also they own the house. So this will just help them remain viable for the years to come. And we all love them. They do a lot for our community, and they are local business owners. So I'm just going to plug in my computer, so I'm sorry. All of a sudden it popped up.
That's perfect, Beth. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and just stay on in case we have any more questions.
I am. I'm just going to change my screen right now for a moment. Okay.
Board members.
Yeah. Beth, you gotta stay there. You can hear us?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I can hear you. Yep.
all right. Mr. Chairman, through you, Leslie and Megan, here we go again, okay? What are they looking for here? It sounds like they're looking for ground cover, not for subdivision.
The lot would not be dividable, but they would get extra ground cover.
Okay, so here we go. This is unbelievable how much stuff is coming up when we're already talking about some of this stuff internally and through Affordable Housing Trust, et cetera. So if this lot was deed restricted and part of that program is a ground cover bonus, which is what is the right thing to do and will probably happen. So right now they have 12.5%. With R10, they'd have 25. I think there's wiggle room in there for that component, to give the ground cover bonus but not change the zoning and make it deed restricted. And that's something that needs to be, I know that's not, something we normally talk about, because that's not something we normally talked about until this year. This is a brand-new concept that makes a lot of sense. It doesn't really change anything. I mean, you wouldn't be able to even tell there was more ground cover unless you were a surveyor. But at the same time, the property owner is getting what they want, and the community gets year-round deed restrictions, especially here. This is the area of the island that we want that. So I'm just throwing that out there as a solution to this type of situation, especially here, as far as the deed restriction program and the Seasonal Communities Act. So, and making it official. So that's all. Sorry to be taking over things here, but that's a big deal. If we had this 10 years ago, we'd be in a different spot right now but we didn't have any of this stuff until the guy from Colorado showed up and whatever else happened. What was the guy's name that came? So anyway, so what do you think of that? Does that make any sense? Or is that out a year from now or something? That's the problem.
I guess I would say that when property owners want to volunteer restrictions in order to persuade the board to rezone, that's fine. But this situation is a little bit different from the one that you were just discussing because
I know that.
this
but-
is R10 and it directly abuts other R10 areas.
Correct.
So I just want to point that out to the board that this is an extension of an existing R10 district in an R10 neighborhood. And that's very much unlike the
I understand
prior
that part.
public hearing.
I'm just,
I
okay.
think the bigger question here for us as a board and for the community as a whole is, does this represent creep of R10 to less dense zoning districts? And if so, is that what this neighborhood wants? Is that what the board wants to happen? I guess those, for me, that's the biggest question. I mean, I think when we talk zoning changes, neighborhoods and communities should have a say into what goes on in their neighborhood, right? They bought in R20, and do they want to go to R10? I mean, I think that's what this comes down to for me. It's not something that's in the master plan. It's we are allowing creep into more densely built out zoning districts. And is that what everyone that lives on Appleton Road at that end, is that what they want? I mean, I'm not sure that I know that answer, or that any of us will know that answer until we get to town meeting or over the next few weeks. But for me, that's the biggest question. Is creep appropriate, and does it accomplish what we want as an island, or these people want as a community? And that's the question.
Okay. I still see this as, okay, so let's just, I know what you're saying, Leslie. It wasn't the same as McKay's. Of course it's not, but tying it into the same kind of conversation. Making this R10 does not make it subdividable. That's number one, which is huge. It's an oversized lot, though, so it has 12.5% of how many square feet? 30,000, 28? So they're getting somewhat of a bonus just by having a big lot, right? I still feel that the deed restriction issue is a way to get buy-in, because that's what we're looking for. I mean, if anyone says they're not looking for year-round housing, I mean, I give up and just forget it, quit, just retire. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be looking for, right? So I personally think that the deed restriction part is key to everything as far as anybody wanting to increase density to some level, whether it be through a zoning change or through a future means of a ground cover bonus for that deed restriction. So again, this is an unusual situation. They're asking for the R10 for ground cover, not for subdivision,
But it's not
which
like
is exactly what we're trying to fix with year-round properties.
Matt, I agree with where you're going with this and where you're tracking with ground cover bonuses if they deed restrict year round. But this zoning change represents doubling of the ground cover, I think.
No, I know, Dave. That's why I'm saying,
I don't think we would ever, I don't know, because we haven't gotten to that discussion about ground cover bonuses, but to say that we would double someone's ground cover if they gave a year-round restriction, I think is a little crazy.
no, I understand that, Dave. I'm saying that's what, at minimum, I would want to get if we were going to do that, is what I meant.
Yeah.
Then I'm back to leaving it R20 with, let's say 5% more, something like that. Whatever that number would be is a better answer. Like, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to separate those two issues.
Yeah, well, we only have what
I
we have.
mean, we didn't, the ground cover of zoning districts, just for everyone's knowledge, was set years ago before the boat was in Hyannis. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is just the way it's been. So coming up to where the land that's being developed is existing developed land. Ground cover is the issue more than the actual subdivision of it or potential. That's why this conversation is happening, because it's come up with the deed restriction program to get, because there's a lot of lots that don't have enough ground cover to build anything. And they need a little bit of a bonus, and they put it in deed restriction. Now it makes sense. So that's why we're talking about it. So I just want you all to know that.
Barry, any input from you?
What was that, Dave?
Ask him, Barry, if he's got any input. Anything he wants to throw at the wall here.
No.
Nope, you good? Joe, you good?
Good for the moment.
Yes, I'm good for the moment.
Great. That Campbell I see back up?
It's Emily.
Emily?
Oh, no, Emily.
Like,
Hi.
Hi there.
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden with the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I would basically just sort of echo the questions that the chair already raised. I think that it sounds as though this particular change wouldn't create a subdividable lot here, but it is just starting to create an R10 area and an R20 neighborhood. And there are adjacent lots that, if they change to R10, would be subdividable. So it just brings up those larger questions of, is that where the neighborhood wants to go? But also from a larger planning perspective, is that where the town wants to go in this part of the island? Thank you.
Emily, can you stay there for a minute? Since you are a very integral part of this community and you're at every meeting, right? And you understand this stuff as good as anybody. What's your thought on deed restricting to give a little bit of ground cover but not changing the zoning? I mean, that is about as, to me, it's pretty simple. And we've never discussed this until recently. So I just want to get your opinion. Because, I mean, it's better than this turning into the next Halbert Ave, right? Which is what's happened in some of these roads in the Mid-Island.
I mean, I think it depends a lot on what the deed restrictions are restricting specifically. I think it's.
Well, the year-round ownership is key, obviously, and rental type stuff. I mean, whatever that would be, I'm just saying, this is a lot easier conversation to have than just simply saying, I'm changing my zoning, and that's it, right? Like, you're getting something in return for land that has no restrictions.
Yes, I think one of the considerations is that it would need to be, I think, pretty clear for people to understand what they could expect, because zoning is clear. We know what to expect in a given zoning district. And so if there's an opportunity to change what our existing zoning allows through an independent restriction, then you're starting to sort of gray those lines around like what everybody expects from their zoning district, sort of on a case-by-case basis. But maybe you're talking about just larger policy considerations rather than like independent town meeting warrant articles.
No, I am. I'm talking about, like, for example, when you put that restriction on that it's got to be year-round owned, then they can get a bonus of ground cover, but they can't sell it to someone that's going to tear the house down, put in a pool, a cabana, and a primary dwelling, and a fluffy mailbox, right? Like, that's what happens if you don't do something, especially in the Mid-Island. So that's, I think, what we're trying to do. But anyway.
Happy to talk about that, but I know that's not what everyone's here for, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm being told to be quiet now, so.
I would just like to pipe up, as many of you know, Campbell Sutton here. I happen to live on Appleton Road. I don't live at that direct end, but I have written my concerns about the whole R5 zoning in this district. Appleton Road is a single road. There's no outlet, right? So to Emily's point, where if this goes to R10, even though it's undividable, subdividable, and properties around it are subdividable, right? Then you're really intensifying the use of Appleton Road, the number of people. We have a large land bank area not far from here. And so in case of fire, which I always hope is not a thing, but if there were an emergency such as that, there's really nowhere for anyone to get out. And I know Salrose is supposed to have like that emergency area, but on both sides, it's parked in, so that doesn't get there. As to this property, specifically 32, I think they have about 10 cars that park there. So what I'm wondering is, if they get the increased ground cover, does that come with a parking requirement, or is the parking requirement, not part of the discussion because of the affordability aspect of the development
That's,
expansion? So,
it's just a conversation piece at the moment.
okay.
I hear you though.
But
that,
I like the idea.
all that
again,
used
like
to be
Alex.
RC too, just so you know.
That's fine, but it's not today.
I know, I'm just telling you. All right, Dave, I'm giving it back to you, so go ahead.
Campbell, what is the pleasure of the board on this? I think we've all kind of mulled it over and discussed it. Anyone willing to put forward a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I just got one question
Yes, Barry.
before we get there. So through you to the applicant, Beth, if this went through, would you max out the available ground cover that could happen with it, or do you have something in mind about what you're looking at?
Currently, we just thought, because R10, it's in keeping with the current zoning, in that area, and it's
Yep.
not spot zoning. Obviously, the applicant that I'm assisting has a desire to stay on island and to keep his employees housed. And as you all know, I've worked on nonprofits, here on the island, and I am an expert, in the housing arena. I've sowed a lot of time and energy into that for our community. So this just seemed like a very simple way of having the owners just solve their own concerns, and remain economically viable. We just felt like it's in keeping with the neighborhood. I mean, there are commercial properties, on Appleton. There are 3 properties that are also being considered for rezoning, 2022 and
Right.
24, I believe. And this just seems to be an opportunity for the community to come together and support our local islanders and help them. I mean, still, we have to financially have the, at 1,000 a square foot to build currently, that's typically what we're seeing as a price point for building, there's that concern too. So, these people are just, they're contributing to the island, and it's hard to find local island business owners, that are willing, that have an opportunity to also just solve the needs, so there's no burden on the town. Which, I've worked diligently in my life, to help islanders in business or in home ownership. So, it could be 2 10,000 square foot lots, but it would have to be a rear lot subdivision, is my understanding. If you look at the plot plan, we are just simply looking to solve our own concerns without being a burden to the town in any way, shape, or form. It just seemed to make sense.
All right, thank you, Beth. I appreciate that. I think
Yeah,
there's.
thank you.
And I get what you're trying to accomplish. I think that.
Yeah.
For me personally, I have a lot of just concerns about creep and about consequences as far as that. Once one peg goes, it's only a matter of time before other people do. And
Right.
yeah, so that's my concerns. Joe, you have any feelings on this?
No, I think the discussion's gone well. I don't really have much to add based on that. And I've been kind of, sorry, traveling out of my truck and into my office. So I'm just getting settled. So I'm a little behind on this one.
All right. So still, I would entertain a motion from someone from the board if they feel strongly about this, or we could mull it over and continue it to another meeting. But I think it's time to move on.
Okay, so I just want to ask a question, Barry, Mr. Chairman, to staff real quick. On your, what you guys have in the staff report is essentially the same kind of conversation we had with the McKays indirectly, and it plugs in our whole discussion of, well, change in zoning for ground cover with a lot of restrictions is basically what you're saying in the staff report, right? Am I
No,
reading it
that's
right?
not at all what it's saying. No.
Well, it's got a lot of
It's-
good stuff written in there. I just don't want to give this a negative recommendation without discussion of, is there any restrictions that could be put on this property that cover everything that we're trying to prevent?
So
It's
there
not just
could,
simply going to R10 and have a good day.
there could be, if they were voluntarily and kind of thought up on, from the article sponsor or the property owner. But what's in the staff report, this is not a recommendation. It's just an outline
Things
of
to
what
think
the
of.
quantum
No, I know.
vote is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
So,
And Nat, that's why I asked the question earlier, if they were willing, since ground cover seems to be the whole key central issue here, if they were willing to do any restrictions to it, and really didn't get a good answer about whether they were going to utilize the whole amount or not. I think if they weren't going to utilize the whole amount, then it may change what could potentially happen here. But again, that's, right now, we don't even have a clue what they really do want. I mean, I'm just hearing they want the whole thing.
Oh.
And so, I mean, I might be wrong. Go ahead.
Hi, with the change of zoning, we would be able to do then have 2 covenant properties, correct? So that would be an addition.
I know.
We are merely just looking to, right now we have about roughly, I think, 920 on the ground that we can do, so that's 1 additional dwelling currently. It would be just more viable if we could just increase the 25% ground coverage in general would be obviously much more beneficial and would allow for us to be able to certainly solve a lot of the problems, on the entirety of the lot. But I would have to, refer to the homeowner. Basically, we just want to do the best for them and for the community, and we're just trying to do it independently on our own and keep them more economically viable, period, and house, all the employees that they have. And we just want the best all around, truthfully. So this is an opportunity for everybody to just come behind these people and just be supportive, of the same goals that we all have island-wide, for our islanders and our workforce, et cetera. So the 25% would be helpful, on the whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys, where are we at here?
Might be from downstairs in the gym.
Barry?
There's a gym downstairs.
Thanks. Board members.
If we push this, hold on. If we push this out, that's January 30th, right? I hate to keep pushing things out. I
yep,
really do.
January 30th agenda is relatively light. The 23rd's too full to
Yeah, no, that's
include.
okay.
Yep.
And then we've got meetings beyond that as well, too, if we needed to defer further, right?
We have a hearing scheduled for February 6th, but again, that's going to be a hefty agenda. And
Yep.
then March 6th really needs to be focused on motions and comments, not
Correct.
deliberation.
Correct. I would love to see them come back to us, but I think just blessing this as an R10 unto itself would just, I don't think that would fly a town meeting in any way, shape, or form. So I think Nat was trying to indicate to you, it would be good if we could actually define what we're trying to do as objectives here. And maybe instead of saying, well, it's the whole thing, well, it's really not the whole thing. It's part of what can happen on that property, and then you deed restrict it on those levels. And that may make it
First of all,
gentler to town meeting, but again, there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. But I do believe you could get a certain palatability from trying to minimize what you're really trying to do with the property. That's my 2 cents.
I just don't want to I'm leaning on the take no action motion.
Well, yeah,
But
we
at
could-
the same time, like, once again, we're not we're not caught up to the needs yet. We don't have something that we can say, okay, you get this ground cover because you're doing this, 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 and this on this checklist of things that the community needs with these lots.
Yep.
And subject to this. We don't have that in our,
No.
toolbox yet, but it's coming, but we just don't have it.
We need to wait till we.
And this is a conversation that's going to happen over the next, cycle of, year and next town meeting, blah, blah, blah. But we just can't give this a blessing just for fun, just because they're saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. They can do 2 covenants right now, the oversized lot with our 20. So I think we should continue to the 30th to not be so negative, but at the same time, I think, we're not ready to give a positive recommendation on this until we have something that restricts enough to make it work.
Yeah, I would agree with
I
you.
mean, it's just the way it is.
But I think on the 30th, that's got to be a very focused conversation.
And
not-
Dave will be here, so I don't unfocus it.
But what I'm saying to you is that it shouldn't be it wouldn't be 45 minutes worth of problem solving.
Yeah.
That should kind of be worked
We
out
just
by that
don't
stage.
have that yet.
Right.
And board members, let's not forget what we've seen the last 2 town meetings. I think that.
Oh, I know.
There's been several warrant articles that have come before us, and I think some of them we've given positive recommendations, some of them we haven't. But the community has been clear that zoning changes that produce higher density opportunities, regardless of the reasons, have been denied on a pretty regular basis. So I think the proponent should keep that in mind, and we should keep that in mind going into the meeting on the 30th. So I would entertain that motion to continue to the 30th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and John's gone, so I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Beth. We'll see you on the 30th.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before you proceed, I'm going to recuse on the next 5 articles
Gotcha.
addressing 13 Woodland and 44 Skyline. I'm not participating in those in any way, and I will see you on Zoom after that for your last 3 articles.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on to, I believe it's L, maybe? It is the zoning map change, lug 20 to R20, end of the town overlay district at 44 Skyline Drive. Clifford Williams is the proponent. Is Clifford here?
Yes.
Yep, he's here.
Great.
Howdy.
Welcome, Clifford.
How you doing? Clifford Williams, 44 Skyline Drive. So glad these 2 other articles were in front of mine. I feel like I've experienced a cross between a religious experience and an episode of Shark Tank. Can I get an amen? Thank you. Nat's just spoken. It's been brilliant that this conversation about restrictions and affordable housing, and this is what this property, I've represented it several times, and I always start the conversation with speaking about the late, great Ken Bogran got up at the Affordable Housing Trust first meeting I went to present this property and said there was only 4% of the property left. How are we going to get anybody to work with us? And I said, boy, Ken, it's a lucky day. Here's 2 acres of land, Skyline Drive, abutting the Richmond Group. I'm no expert, but yet I've put forth a couple of plans in cooperation with Steve Murray, not to speak for him. We've put forth another plan, but even this board hasn't recommended it. So when you say who's going to work with the town, I've attempted to work with the town, but unfortunately, this phone right here, which I've got the ringer off now, but it hasn't rung or rang in 3 or 4 years. So the property's been sitting there. I've offered it several ways, spent money with several types of plans and houses, and hopefully I've put forth the effort to have turnkey properties so that we don't run into overrides as we've done down the road, not to criticize the project down the road. And it's not been met with, as the chairman said, it's been opposed at town meeting, but it's also been opposed by these boards. So I'm not really sure, like I say, an episode of Shark Tank where you walk in, you offer people what they want, and then, you know, they don't take it or whatever. It's been voted, a lot of money's been voted to buy properties like this and develop properties like this, but yet I haven't seen one idea put forth by the town for this property. So this is just another attempt to create some affordable housing. We put deed restrictions on the property. I don't think like anybody's ever done before, where it was just for town employees. We're just moving forward with another attempt. So I hope you adopt this. I hope you support it, and I hope you can come up with even some better ideas if that's what you are looking forward to do as a town looking for, like I said, affordable housing.
Right. Thank you, Clifford. I mean, I was gonna save this comment for later in the meeting, but I think that the problem with this, the problem we have here, and we're gonna have the same problem with Mr. Maury's article, I believe, is that clearly we have a need for affordable housing on this island, right? Clearly the town doesn't develop affordable housing well itself, right? So it needs to partner with people to build affordable housing. And unfortunately, though, we as a community have a difficult time embracing the zoning changes that some of these developers are asking for to create this housing. I don't know what the answer is. And to be honest with you, I don't think that whether we as a board give it a positive or negative recommendation matters, because as we've seen at the last 2 town meetings, no matter what we say, the community is pretty steadfast in their feelings about zoning changes that create more density and more building lots. So we're in a spot, and I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you. I think that the mentality of the community is gonna have to change at some level, if we're going to take these opportunities that some of these people are offering us as a community. So that's my spiel here. Board members? Clifford?
Yeah.
Well, that's my point. The first step in moving forward is the recommendation by this board. And like I've said, this is the 3rd time, and the recommendation by this board's been no each time. So I've been open to ideas. Maybe the last town meeting was a bad forum for it. It was a special town meeting, and basically just the Illuminati, or whoever you want to refer to them as, showed up to vote against it. It was put at the back of the meeting, of course, instead of the front of the meeting, which is also a bad idea. So we have quite a bit of money spent on staff and money spent to develop affordable housing. So I'm not sure why we're not good at it yet, if that's the argument. But it's first, it starts with a recommendation, a positive recommendation from this board. So we've never had that.
Clifford, with all due respect, I'm going to just quickly before we go to Art. Every one of these articles, whether it's the K's one that just is new, or any of the ones in the past, or especially now, is all unique situations where the perception is an issue. I think about town meeting. Like, I know what town meeting is like, as you do, and there's timing issues, there's feelings, there's all kinds of different things that take place in people's minds. The conversation that we have to have now is something that Toppy said to me 20 years ago, when we're going to run out of land someday. Now, at that time, I didn't really believe it, but now I do, because it's true. So all the places that have these little nuggets of land that don't necessarily have to go to the market and become the next pool house is a hard conversation to have. But I am totally in support of what you're thinking to do. It's getting a plan for this spot with the other articles to work in people's minds, that it can be what is acceptable. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not the same as some of the zoning changes that we did in the mid-2000s to, say, 2015, because the island had zoning, crazy zoning all over the place. It made no sense. Now it's sort of somewhat streamlined, except for a few places. And we're down to those few places. That's what's happened, okay? I don't want this to be the next pool house, but I know that going from Lug 2 to R20 is a big change in the minds of people that have to approve this, okay? So that's just a general statement, but that's what's happening. So, Mr. Chairman, Art's at the microphone on the other side. Do you want to go to him, or you want to?
Nobody, no board member that wants to make a comment?
No one else?
No, not at the moment.
Okay, great.
I'm not telling you to sit down either.
I'm just trying to say that.
What I'm saying.
I was looking for the same excitement that we showed for the McKay's article.
Yeah.
Which is just around the corner.
The K's article is nothing like this at all, but it could be perceived that way.
Well,
if it's
it
not
all the
explained right.
same dynamics. It's affordable housing, year-round housing.
We're affordable.
Town in Nantucket.
Okay, all right.
It just, I can't do anymore. Like I said, I'm at an episode of Shark Tank, and you're just giving you everything you want. It's
Okay. Art's up there now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Arthur Gasparo. Mr. Williams compares this to Shark Tank, and I compare it to listening to a particular political speaker tell us it's going to be great. It's going to be the best ever. It's going to be what everybody needs. That's not what this is. This is taking a piece of property and quadrupling the density, changing it from 80,000 to 20,000 square foot zoning. There was a lot of discussion earlier about ground cover. It would be tripling the allowable ground cover. Lug 2, 4%. You're taking it to 12.5%. This lot right now could have 3,200 square feet. Now you're going to be with a simple, with supporting this, you'd be allowing 10,000 square feet on this same lot. Mr. Lowell made a comment earlier. They think that we're just making zoning changes and giving things away. Well, that's exactly what would be happening here. And all on the backs of the neighbors and the surrounding community. And it would be completely unfair. And as the planning board, I don't think that making a zoning change of such drastic increases is fair to that surrounding community. And, Mr. Williams bought this property for $850,000. He formally made an offer combined with the property that Mr. Maury bought to the Affordable Housing Trust to sell to the town for $15 million. So, he sits here and says he doesn't want to know why his phone's ringing. That's probably why. And, I just don't think that it's right to consider to make such a change, thinking about the existing infrastructure, that increasing this density, the quality of life of the neighborhood, it would be extremely unfair, and I would hope that this board would recognize that and give a negative recommendation to this article. Further, these changes are undermining the covenant program. And I know there was a comment earlier how the numbers are horrible, but there's two ways to look at that. The numbers might not suit the person selling the property because they're limited, but the other side of that number is that it's lower for somebody that might be able to buy it. And you've got this covenant program that's in place. It's not perfect, but there's on the books the ability to work towards creating year-round ownership and affordable housing without making such drastic changes to the character of the area. And I really hope that this board will not support any of these articles. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Art. Anybody else, either online or in the audience, that wants to speak to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Good evening. Graham Kilbert. I live on Skyline Drive. Most of you probably know that because after the last town meeting, Mr. Maury put mugshots and the addresses of all the people who spoke out against this project in his personal webpage. I'm not sure what the point of that was, but it was not appreciated. About 40 years ago, I was looking to buy a piece of land on Nantucket. I wanted a large piece of land. I didn't want to be in town. I wanted to be in an area that had low density so I could walk my kids in the street, bike on the street. I found a lot out in Surfside on Skyline Drive. I borrowed for the hilt and I built my house. And I loved it. And the beauty of it, I was protected by zoning. I didn't have to worry about a developer coming in and changing the neighborhood and building 35, 40 houses and doubling or tripling the traffic on the street. Along comes Mr. Maury and along comes Mr. Williams. They both know what those properties were zoned for when they bought them. They bought them and their intent from day one was to basically increase the density and build as many houses as possible. I understand the need for affordable housing, but just to say it's affordable housing, so you got to approve it. I think, Ned, as you said, it's a numbers game. The proposals in place for these two projects would increase the traffic on Skyline Drive in Woodland by over 110 cars. I mean, that would just completely devastate that neighborhood. I am totally against this project. If they want to do affordable housing in compliance with zoning, I guarantee you every person in that neighborhood would endorse it. But that's not what they want to do. It's a numbers game. As many houses as they can, and that's how they make their profit. And it would completely alter our neighborhood. So I hope you vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert.
We have someone online, Darla Stuckey. Give me just a second to switch screens.
Dave, do you see that?
I see her up now. Yes, I do.
Yep.
Darla,
You should be able to speak.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say also, I live around the corner on Woodland Drive. I don't have a pool house, but I do have a half an acre, and I bought that lot because I was around other 2-acre lots, and I love it out there. And I echo everything that Art and Graham said, and I hope you give a negative recommendation. I too was outed by Stephen Maury, but I'm still going to stand up and speak. Thank you.
Great.
And thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Is that Mr. Peel at the mic?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Thank you. Matthew Peel. If we go back to the last town meeting, these articles were defeated 2-1. And here we are again, and with the new set of articles with Andrew Vortz's fingerprints all over them. And I think it's
All
a
right,
real.
that was uncalled for.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Okay, that was uncalled for.
I'm sorry, was that not?
Yeah, I don't think
I
that-
thought it
that was
a consultant
unnecessary.
On these for them. But bringing it back again, I feel like it's a little bit of a slap in the face to the voters. I mean, the neighbors have spoken, and this isn't a NIMBY thing or anything like that. If you wanted to do covenant houses, like I said, bring in something, like Graham said, we're all for that. But this isn't that. This is dense. This is completely changing our entire neighborhood. So please vote against.
Thank you.
Erica Mooney has her hand raised online.
Welcome, Erica.
Hi, thanks. I too am part of the so-called literati, who was also put on social media with my photo and my address, for speaking out against this last year. I do plan on speaking out against this again this year. I was also called NIMBY on town meeting floor. I have worked hard my whole life, and I was really lucky enough to afford a lot that was a big lot, which is what I was looking for. To have privacy, to have a piece of land that was off the beaten track, was not on a busy road. I lived on Orange Street for 20 years. And it's really upsetting that our rights in the neighborhood seem to be like we're getting a bad name because we want our rights protected for the neighborhood that we bought into intentionally. So I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Anybody else out there?
Yep.
Who else do we have?
Yeah.
Yes, good evening. My name is Beth Ann Meehan. I'm from 3 Ridge Lane, and thank you for letting me speak. I admire all the work that the board has always done. I respect all of the neighbors' opinions about this neighborhood. I'm going to come to the microphone and just hit a couple of points, and I'm nervous because I don't usually talk at town meeting ever.
Okay.
I'll give you a tiny little background if you don't know me. I have been involved in affordable housing on Nantucket for many years. Back in 2000, I was one of the founding board members of a nonprofit called Nantucket Sustainable Development Corporation. It was led by Christine Silverstein, and we went on to create the Nantucket Housing Office. We went on to write the Covenant Program. We went on to bring the Community Preservation Act to Nantucket. From there, we hired Ann Kuspa at Housing Nantucket, who's done an amazing job. From there, I have been a commissioner at the Nantucket Housing Authority now for, I don't know, about 8 or 10 years. I just finished my second term at Habitat for Humanity. That was 8 years there. I could go on. So I'm coming from the point of view of a lender, a mortgage loan officer at Cape Cod 5, where I meet with very many year-round residents and first-time home buyers who can't afford to buy anything on Nantucket. And we are at the point where the only way to save our year-round community is going to be through deed restrictions. And so I'm here in support of both Cliff and of Stephen's proposal. And I want you to consider these points carefully, and I'm hoping that the voters will also take these into consideration. I won't be long. So starting off with rezoning. Okay, yes, this is a rezoning. However, remember that the Covenant Program is also a rezoning. And it doesn't increase density, granted. However, we do rezone in order to have a deed restriction for affordability. And that does create a saleable second lot. Second, sewers. Art, with all due respect, this is an area of the island that creates infill. And that's important because, as we know, out in Pocomo many years ago, an affordable housing proposal there got soundly defeated by the neighbors, and the land quickly bought up because that wasn't quite the infill area. There, the residents there, the affordable year-round residents would have had access to transportation and schools and work and whatnot, so not a great area. This is more of an, mid-island area, really. I do realize that it was rural in the past. I'm not sure when this zoning was created. It was very many years ago when our island was much, much smaller. And Nat, I did serve on NSDC with Toppy. And, he saw all this coming. He saw all of our build out coming. I'm sorry that it's headed in the direction that the people are living in. I realize that is quite upsetting. And I don't mean to take that away from you at all. But I do want to just present this bigger picture, this endangered species, this year-round resident that honestly is just leaving in droves. So just moving on to my last, just couple of points here. The subdivisions that we do have for affordable housing, Abram Quarry and Beach Plum, So those areas, you know, were always, people were upset about the fact that only 25% of those neighborhoods got deed restricted, okay? So what's happening now in those areas? Well, the remaining, you know, houses are being resold to just second homeowners because they are just, you know, they've gone up in value just so much. Stations Path comes along, and lo and behold, our first ever 100% year-round residents, you know, neighborhood. And that took the foresight of Renee Seeley over 20 years to put in place. And to my knowledge, there's only been one house sold in Stations Path since that development got done. So that community is really happy to be there. We drive by it all the time. The density doesn't really impact us. I really rarely see anybody leaving the one exit there. It's beautifully shielded from the road. I have seen plans of Stephen's development, and it's beautiful. It really is nice. He did take into account, you know, screening as you go by the neighborhood. I think it would blend in. As a matter of fact, the property that Stephen is talking about is about the same size as Stations Path in size, and in the number of units that would go in there. So if anybody in the community is in favor of Stations Path and likes what happened there, I think you could be proud of driving by this area of the island if it's developed correctly, and be proud of the fact that it's a year-round, permanently deed restricted year-round community. I think, you know, maybe neighbors could feel good about that. And then just two more points real quickly. Okay, Wiggles Way, the rental property that just got done on Fairgrounds Road. I believe Ann said that she had over 600 applications, okay? An applicant to those affordable rentals had to already be here. You had to already be a year-round resident. So I realize that when we talk about density, we talk about this lot. I think of density as the number of people like also here already that are driving already. So you're seeing these same people on the road already. They're just going home at night to a neighborhood that they can afford so that they can stay here. So I see the same number of right now, you know, number of people scattered amongst the island going to this neighborhood. So we're not adding another, you know, 32 homes of new people. This is people that are already here that are desperate to get in. And it's people that you know, too. It's people maybe that, you know, the family, the parents have died and the siblings want to buy out. They can't afford to stay. They're looking for this price point. They're looking for a smaller home, something to downsize to, something they can afford. It just doesn't exist here. And I don't know where it's going to exist again. The area of the island has been already selected by the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as a site that we should look at for affordable housing, actually. And the reason being is that there's just really nothing else available in this size of a piece of property. And what Stephen's proposing with the single-family dwellings is something that's really appealing to folks, and something that, say, people at Surfside Crossing had problems with, was that they were condos. And we're not looking at a bunch of condos going in here. We're looking at small single-family units, like a cottage community. And that's something we haven't done here before. We haven't even, you know, addressed our tiny house legislation that could have helped a lot out here. And I will wrap this up, and I'm sorry, I'm going on and on. My last point is just that I'm also on the advisory board of the Nantucket College Hospital, and at one of our meetings this week, I was just so proud of them for being able to provide, through some of their work with their housing specialist, they've got 120 beds now for their employees who they weren't able to provide before. And so we're able to have now, you know, the reassurance as residents that there's 120 employees at the hospital that have a place to go home to, that have a place to go to bed. My concern when I heard that was that is obviously a rental situation. So we've got 120 staff at the hospital that hopefully one day, maybe in this neighborhood, could afford to buy and stay, so that we're not looking at the constant turnover and the lack of people that we need to keep this community running. So I'm just going to end there and just thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. I just want to point out, Beth got ahead of herself and spoke a lot about Mr. Maury's articles, and we are focusing, not that there aren't similarities, but we're focusing on Clifford's articles right now. So yeah, I've got a few things to say, but I would let any other board member that wishes to speak to this have a shot first. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I understand what Beth is saying, and I truly agree with that in most instances. But I feel in this impact, going from a lug 2 down to the R20 is going to be too much impact. You're going to triple, like already quadruple the size of the impact of people there, the housing. There's going to be secondary dwellings. I think it's just going to be too much in this area. As I said to Mr. Murray's project last time it was up, I liked the concept, what he was doing, but again, it's too much impact in this area. So I'm having a problem understanding what's going on. I understand what Clifford wants to do in the deed restrictions, but I just feel in this area it's going to be too much. Cut it in half. I don't know. Maybe turn it into 2 lots. Not really sure what the answer is, but I feel like it's different than what was presented last year down the road, but has the same feel to me. I understand it's the same zoning as Woodland, but I think it's going to be too much impact. The only benefit this has, as far as the layout of the structure or the lot, excuse me, is it is set off the street, so you would not see the structures. Not to say that the HC won't allow beautiful homes, but I think the impact is going to be more the access and the impact on the neighborhood as far as that goes. So I feel like they're going in the positive direction, but I think they've gone too far. And that's kind of my feeling on this one right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Barry?
You've got some members who've got their hands raised, so I'd probably appreciate you turning
I
to them
don't
first.
see that. Who do we have with our hands raised?
We've got Donna Marie Quinn with a hand
Oh,
raised.
okay. All right.
Someone else.
Donna Marie Quinn and then Erica Mooney.
Thank you.
Great. Let's start with Donna Marie. Hi, Donna, you are muted at the moment. You're still muted, Donna Marie.
All right, let's jump to Erica while Donna Marie figures out what's going on with her microphone.
Welcome back, Erica.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to make a couple more points, and I appreciate you letting me speak again. Regarding some of the things that a previous speaker said regarding Sachem's Path, Sachem's Path is on a public roadway, not on a private way. There is a bike path. There is no bike path on Skyline Drive. This is not even close to being on a bus route, which is going to make every person that comes into that neighborhood car dependent. Regarding 44 Skyline Drive, I have seen no plan to date. At least Stephen has a proposal. He's shown us a sketch plan of what he's thinking about. And I'd be really curious what Clifford's plans are. It seems like he's just waiting for somebody else to do it for him, waiting for his phone to ring. Because right now there's been a house sitting there for 2 years with no action. Another house was moved there, but then it was moved somewhere else. And now he's got another one moving over there. So, like, what is the plan for all these buildings, and how are they going to be situated? I mean, there's not even a sketch plan of what the subdivision would potentially look like. I mean, there's just never been a plan. It's talk and no plans. I don't even know how people
I'm
can
going to come in 10 seconds.
Oh, okay. Donna Marie, hold on one sec. Go ahead, Erica.
That's it. But again, you know, the zoning changes would really make this, it would make everybody car dependent. That's the only way you can get in and out of this neighborhood. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Donna Marie, it's you. Gotta unmute, please.
I'm sorry, I'm new at this. How's that?
That's okay, that's perfect. You're on.
Okay, I was one of the people that had my my picture up on the wall of shame to be bullied. That was not very nice. All I can say is that I know that we need affordable housing, but I do not think that this is the neck of the woods to do it. I'm worried about the senior citizens that are worried and maybe living off their social security or pensions, whatever, what's going to happen to their pocketbooks at some point if our taxes go up? And maybe if the town gave incentive to the Nantucket people with these bigger properties, that they could maybe build something for some of these people that need affordable housing. Does that make sense?
It does make some sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nat, you've got to turn off that mic if you're going to continue to sigh. Please. So my concerns are many here. Like I've said that neighbors and community members need to stand up and take responsibility for changes in their neighborhood. And clearly that's what's happening here, is that we're hearing from neighbors who have bought property in this area and want to preserve the character of their neighborhood. And I think us as board members have to take that into serious consideration when we make any decision here. I think that this is different than the Maury's property, because that doesn't represent such a huge change in a well-established neighborhood. And I'm not saying that I'm in favor of that. I'm just saying, I think Clifford by default already got the present of a subdivision on this land when the town decided it would take Clay Street. I'm pretty sure I'm correct there, right, Meg? I think by default.
No, that's not correct.
He didn't
It's
get.
still a single lot.
It's still a single lot. Okay.
Yep.
I just have great concerns about this kind of density in a well-established Lug 2 neighborhood, especially when we can hear loud and clear from property owners in this neighborhood that they don't want this change. So that's where I have a problem here. Thank you. Any other board members? Barry, you're being awful quiet.
I am being off quiet because I'm trying to formulate my thoughts, but Beth Ann, thank you. You did an incredibly good job, because you started to put a face to something that is a real problem here on the island. And that I think is one of the things that has caught my attention amidst all this. Last year at town meeting, one of the solutions I heard to affordable housing was, I love affordable housing, just put it elsewhere. Okay, now I'm confused, because I have no idea. Don't give me an answer that is like, put it elsewhere. Give me a viable solution. And this is what I'm starting to have a problem with the way town meeting conducts some of these things. I'm all for the neighbors. I really get that. But things do change. Neighborhoods change. They do. If anyone sold you a bill of goods that said it'll be LUG2 forever, you best go find the person who sold you the property. There's no written guarantees to anything. And here we are trying to, I mean, I could see if this were just like, great, he's walking in saying, we're just doing a conventional subdivision. Thank you, have a nice day. That's not the case here. What I see is between these few things that we're dealing with is people are trying to bring solutions to the table. They are not optimal by any stretch of the imagination. I think, Cliff, what I would say to you is certainly laying out some type of plan before town meeting wouldn't hurt. Just tell people what you're thinking about, as opposed to letting their imagination run wild as to what it could possibly be. Okay?
We've put out plans, so.
I know,
Unfortunately, that there's been a lot of misrepresentation of.
I understand,
And
I
I've done
know.
it several times at an expense of my own expense for affordable housing for the town. That's why I said we have a great budget for affordable housing, but no one's called, the neighbors have stood up, but they've never come forward with a plan. I mean, I remember that I used to pick blueberries out on Skyline Drive. Oh, wait, it wasn't Skyline Drive. It was empty land. Until they built Skyline Drive, and now that Skyline Drive's built, no more houses. It just doesn't make any sense. It's the same old story. Hey, and I'm kind of I take offense to it. I'll take the Illuminati thing back if you'll quit attacking me and saying that I'm just greedy and I'm trying to build as much as I can. I could have already flipped this land, got my money and moved on. So I was on the finance committee when we started the Affordable Housing Trust, and I was a big part of it. The whole Richmond group, that was 58 houses, and it ballooned into 390. You know, that was, so I don't know why I'd be so worried. You can drive down Clay Street now, look up, and it's 3-story buildings, which proceeds to a bunch of commercial property next to Steve's property. So I'm not sure what this tranquil thing they're talking about is. We're trying to go from this massive industrial complex down into a neighborhood and lower the impact and provide affordable housing at the same time, which everybody keeps talking about, but nobody's come with an idea. So you want me to endure the expense over and over again to try and give you an idea when I already pay taxes to a town which has staffing that provides all this stuff? Come on. I've already done plans. Don't say I haven't, so it's too bad.
Whoa.
It's unfortunate. I've done plans. I've spent money. I'm not going to spend any more.
I feel your pain. I do. But yeah, I know this is frustrating. I completely understand. Let me have the floor for a few minutes. I very graciously yielded you.
Oh, okay. I apologize, but I've been listening to this rhetoric that's unfair, and yet people have been basing a decision on the incorrect assumptions.
I'm gonna stop right here because I was gonna try to be supportive of it, and now I feel like you're just casting me into that same.
No, I'm not. No, not in any way, Barry. I'm trying to reflect on.
Excuse me,
if we're
point of
going to make
order.
decisions, let's
Point
base
of
it on
order.
facts.
Comments need to be directed through the
Comments
chair.
need to go through the chair.
Yeah.
They really.
Okay, through the chair.
Listen, I understand your frustration, Clifford. Let's let Barry have the floor, and we can come back to you, please.
Okay, sorry.
So the only thing I was trying to express, Cliff, is I share that frustration with you. Because, and I think Beth Ann really encapsulated what that frustration is that here we are faced with something that we need to do. 600 applicants is not lost on me. That's an equivalent of, I wish they would show up at town meeting. Maybe you'd get a more positive response then. But unfortunately, what we're dealt with is a lot of, we agree there's affordable housing, but it can't go here, it can't go there, where's it gonna go? And that would be the thing, if I had a wish list, that would be what I want is, okay, you can get up and say, I don't believe affordable housing should be here, but provide me the solution. Not it should be elsewhere, provide me the solution. So short of providing that solution, I think we as a board, in being responsible to the community at large, we've got to be able to be bold enough to take a few steps forward to try to make those things happen. It's not going to happen on its own. It really isn't. I mean, and every time even as a town, we try to do things, even the town gets accused of, well, why is it in the affordable housing market? Why is it 600 people is nothing to sneeze at. And I hate to say it, these people are the people who you encounter in everyday life. We've talked about this so many times. They're the people in the fire department, the police department, the stop and shop, the people who fold your clothes, the people who pump your gas. They're all looking for something. And so is the solution optimal? No. But will it help to stabilize the community? I think so. Will it be perfect? No. But will it be good? Yeah. Yeah. Given the right way to deal with it, there'll be a few concessions that have to be made, but we can't just keep talking about it. We've been talking about this. We've been talking about, Beth Ann, when did we sit on the housing resident partnership?
That was 2003.
Yeah, that was my first foray into things. And we've been talking a lot about it, even before that. And there's been a lot of things that have happened around it to keep pushing, but still we have to keep pushing. So as much as I understand, I also know too that we need to get serious about these things. And even though my board members may disagree with me, I would probably say that I'm willing to give this a chance, but it's a very high bar. to set at town meetings. So, boy, if I did nothing else, I'd link up with Beth Ann, find my 600, and get them to town meeting for all these things. Yeah, because that voice is not really well represented at times. So thank you.
Thank you, Barry. If I had any response, Barry, to you, it would be, how much is any one neighborhood supposed to shoulder in their responsibility for affordable housing? And and you don't even need to reply. That is just my thought there, okay? Mr. Topham, unless you want to respond, Barry, but.
No, Dave.
Pat's up at the
Yeah,
microphone
Dave, we
too.
can, may I-
Okay, who's at the microphone?
Patrick's up, Pat
Yes,
Tape's
Patrick
up the
Tape is up at the
microphone.
microphone.
Okay,
Can I just say one thing before we lose?
Yeah.
And then, sorry, Mr. Tafe. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Williams. I haven't seen a plan, so I'm kind of guesstimating what could happen. And I don't mean to be mean. I don't know if it was shared in the office. I haven't seen any deed restrictions. It's not like I've gone in and seen Megan or Leslie and said, "Oh, this is what I received." We don't know what the documents are. I feel like I'm hearing a ghost, but I'm not hearing anything. So I don't have any concrete information. I'm basing my decision on what is presented before us, and I'm looking at the impacts at what it would do to the neighborhood. I also am looking at a site plan and what that's going to do as far as, like Miss Mooney brought up that I was trying to get to, is there's going to be cars, but there's no way to get you from A to B. There's not like a bus system. There's no way to kind of help that. You are remote and you are stuck within that. As I said to Mr. Murray last year, if it was on the street or major, like, I'm not going to say Surfside Road, but something like Surfside Road, that the access was closer, then I think that's an example. That would be better served for this property if it was in that location. So we have to look at where it is. And right now, this is in the depth of this community and in this development of this area. And that's the problem with this. It's not, the lot is great, everything could be great, the housing, but where this is situated, that's the problem. And that's where I'm having a problem trying to give you something that, like we were trying to work with McKay's. I don't see this as the right solution for this problem. And I don't see any information, or I haven't seen any information that would help me ascertain and help me make a decision to better serve the town right now. And I understand what Miss Beth Meegan's doing, and she does, but I'm not seeing any information. I'm seeing a blank slate that tells me nothing. So this is where I need some more information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you, Joe. Pat?
Yeah, Patrick Tafe, 21 Okawa. I know I made a mistake and said Skyline when I spoke at town meeting last. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm just looking at the GIS map right now. I live on Okawa. There's 5 affordable houses on Okawa. It's not a project. You don't see them. Everyone's opposed to the density. And I don't know if it's a state law or a federal law that affordable housing has to be dense. Why can't affordable housing look like everything else on the island? And if you're having problem with the cost of the property, work a deal with the town to use town land so that you can make your profit on your project. I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be dense. Everyone in this room and everyone on the island is in favor of affordable housing. It's just not the density.
Pat, are you volunteering?
Excuse me?
I mean,
Are you volunteering?
Are you yeah.
I've done some work with Habitat for Humanity. I have volunteered, but I would certainly volunteer to work with on a project, sure.
That would be awesome, thank you.
It ain't 1985, Pat. That's the problem.
All right.
It's not.
Come on, we got to keep this meeting on track. So where are we at, guys?
Donna
I think,
Quinn has her hand up.
Oh, Donna's
So
back
Donna
on now.
Marie has her hand up. I don't know if that's a leftover. Suzanne Dobb keeps popping up and down, and Beth Ann was just at the mic. Are you
Right,
also?
let's go to Suzanne Dobb because she hasn't had a bite of the apple yet.
Okay.
Please.
And we'll go from there. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me some time to speak. I agree. I'm on Skyline Drive, and like many of my neighbors have been out there for decades. And I agree with Patrick. I agree with Arthur. It's the density. This is not a minor change. This is lug 2 with country overlay being dramatically changed. And I hope that you give a negative recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. All right, is Donna Marie back with something different?
I brought her over. Donna Marie, did you have another comment or is your hand still up from before?
All right, let's go back to Beth. And if she could keep it more succinct this time, that would be great.
Keep it very short. I did serve on Habitat for 8 years, Pat, and our struggle is getting land from the town because they're really kind of out of land. And so we actually had to work with the Housing Authority to get a lot on Benjamin Drive from the Housing Authority to create our last 3 units for Habitat on Housing Authority land. I mean, that's how out of land the town really is in being able to offer it up to either Housing Nantucket or Habitat. And then, it's unfortunate we almost kind of compete with each other. Scattered site is awesome, and thank you for, acknowledging our amazing homeowners on Arkara from Habitat. They're great. But unfortunately, again, being out of land, we can't scatter site very much. The other thing about the covenant program is it's very, very slow right now. And the reason for that is slow meaning that, while the covenant program was created back in, 2004 or so, 2000, I'm getting, been a while. Anyway, the problem with that is, the lot prices now for a covenant lot are something like, approaching $400,000. With the resale price this year reset at $760,000, that's leaving a homeowner just $360,000 to build. And definitely not enough money to build a house out here. So anybody creating a covenant lot and wanting to sell it is selling it to somebody who could only move a house onto it at best. So again, that's just how and why the covenant program is really slowing down. So we're coming up against all of those, challenges. And I just, again, I want to just reiterate, what a beautiful neighborhood can look like in Satchen's Path. They really set the gold standard for architecture and, just a great community of year-round residents that do contribute to our community workforce out here. And if we want to protect our year-round community, we're going to need to look at what we have left on land here. And if it's dense, then so be it. At least it's permanently deed restricted. And by the way, the folks in Satchen's Path just think they have the best neighborhood on the island, because it is just a great community where the trick-or-treating is easy. And, it's not, I don't want folks to think of a dense, affordable housing neighborhood as something like the slums or anything, because they're not. And that's something I'd like to, point out. And even at the Housing Authority, our residents really do take great pride in their rentals, and we work really hard to keep them looking good as well. So yeah, that's about all I want to say about that. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Beth. Donna Marie, are you back, or is that hand left over from last time?
Left over from last time.
Okay, great, thank you. Anyone else in the public, Meg, that I can't see?
No, I'm not seeing anyone in person or online.
Okay. What are we thinking, board?
Go ahead now.
Thanks, Joe.
Welcome to the chair.
I think that the confusion and the way that the different articles are all tied in together for these properties creates a big problem to understand, number one. Number two, if this was all, like somebody said this earlier, I don't remember who actually said it, that if this was Affordable Housing Trust, owned the whole thing, the next article, just owned it all, bought it, where would the conversation be going then?
Nah,
It would be-
the
it would
Affordable
be-
Housing Trust builds within zoning.
I'm just saying, there would be a big conversation about that too.
I
Okay,
mean, there would be, yeah.
that's all I'm saying. So, again, this area this is a snafu spot, that's what I call it. They got the R20 in Woodland that just happened to be there from reasons before Christ, right? I mean, I was definitely in high school when that happened. All that R20 out there, and then this little piece is in there, and it's there, and people are happy to have their R20 next to lug 2. I've never heard that said before till tonight. That's a good one. This is not Pocomo. This is not like all the same zoning like some areas of the island. So this is an inevitable conversation, a debate. This kind of debate is going to continue to happen, regardless of whether we say no, yes, medium, take no action, no, yes. It doesn't matter. This is going to continue because of these little areas that are next to density that just happen to not have zoning that anyone was thinking needed to be different back in the 70s. This is leftover. We had half-acre zoning at Hummock Pond. We have 1 acre zoning in Squam. Nobody even realizes that, okay? It's this, so I'm looking at this not from the applicants, not from, you know, whether someone's got a plan or not. I'm looking at this as, this is gonna be trophy or something else. And that's it. It isn't even 10 years ago when that might not have happened. Today, there is a line of people to buy this land with a check and do exactly the same thing that everyone else is doing. Maybe we want that. I don't know. I'm just saying, this is one of those odd places that has a lot of density right behind it. It was all commercial. It's a whole neighborhood now. That's what spurned the workforce housing bylaw in November of 2015. Personally, I think the lug 2 in this area should stay, as far as like the whole neighborhood, that whole area of the Braun subdivision. But this little spot is a glitch compared to the rest of it. So I would make a motion to take no action on this article.
You have to close the public hearing.
I mean, all right, I would make a motion to close the public hearing, excuse me.
Yep.
Sorry.
I'll second that, Nat.
Okay, motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay, on to the merits, Nat.
Can I just quickly point out 2 things procedurally before you take action on this?
Yeah, please.
So let me share my screen. There was a typo in the article where it references 13 Woodland Drive. I would ask that whether you support or not support this article, either way, that be clarified in the motion to change to by placing the following property. So we can clean that up through the motion is what we were advised by town council. And then the second piece is we have to identify the quantum of vote. Normally, when you're going from a larger lot to a smaller lot, that would
Regular
be
majority.
a 50% vote. It's different in this case because the overlay district is lumped in the same article, and you can't commingle concepts that require 2/3 and 50%. The legislation's very clear about that.
So you
So
got that figured
for
out.
that reason, it's 2/3.
Got it.
Okay?
Okay. Does everyone understand that? I mean, it was a little confusing, but, okay. Good call on that,
Yep.
Megan.
All right.
So on my motion to take no action, that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Are we going to include Megan's?
With Megan's
Change.
notes, changes with the Woodland property and the 2/3.
Well, this isn't the Woodland property. This is-
Oh,
That's,
removing that, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
that was a
Yeah.
All right, great. Do I have a second?
second.
All right, motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
No.
and I'm an aye. So that's 3-1. All right. We are on to P, which would be a zoning map amendment, lug 2 to R20, portion of 13 Woodland Drive. Stephen Moy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to start off with a sincere apology to all the people in the room here who were rightfully offended by the video that I put online that had their faces and their names. At the time that I put it online, I didn't think it was offensive at all. I mean, people stood up at town meeting and they have their names on the chyron, and but I understand. I heard the reaction, and I think that's probably has a good deal to do with why I didn't hear from anybody the last couple months when I was reaching out, trying to engage in a conversation. And I apologize to you and to everyone, the people who aren't here in the room. So I'm sorry. Thank you for putting up the map. This portion of the property that's outlined in red is in the LUG2 district. It's the only portion of any property on Woodland Drive that is. There's a concept in the Surfside area plan and in the master plan that where you have properties that exist in more than one zoning district, you clean it up and you put it in one zoning district. So that's what this article intends to do. Take this portion of the property that's in LUG2, match it to the rest of its own self. It's, the rest of this property, 13 Woodland Drive, and to the rest of the Woodland Drive neighborhood. There's other language in here that if this portion of the property is also added to the sewer district, then any dwelling that's built on the property would be year-round occupied and affordable for people who make up to 240% AMI. And there's some other things about who gets the first opportunity to purchase those homes, but those are the most important things. And those are restrictions that don't apply to any other of the properties on Woodland Drive. It's a voluntary restriction, as I know Megan has described before. It didn't come from coercion. It didn't come as a suggestion even from the planning office. This was something that I came up with. And if it doesn't address the needs of the community, if the 240% AMI is not the level that we're trying to hit, and Mr. Tafe made this point, there is money available from the town. We could buy down to lower price points. We could, everybody's seen what housing costs to develop. I don't know how many fewer units or fewer lots work to make affordable housing, but there is subsidy available. If the impacts from this project are not palatable, then the board, can withhold permits, approvals for secondary and tertiary dwellings. So there's further checks and balances. There's ways that this project can be tailored to both address community housing needs and concerns of neighbors. And Megan, I believe Bob Michaud is online here. Bob is I'm going to get this wrong, a transportation consultant. Did I get that right? Anyway, we conducted a traffic study with collection at peak times in the Woodland, Skyline, Webster, Boulevard, Lover's Lane area in July. And then we did a count of traffic coming in and out of Sachem's Path. So we have a very clear understanding of the difference in the traffic that could be generated from the number of lots that we have today, which is 5 buildable lots, and what might happen if both zoning changes were to come to pass and a subdivision was approved. That could provide up to 12 buildable lots. And if the board wishes, Mr. Michaud has some slides, or he can describe for us all what that impact would be. The difference between what could be built today and what could be built in the so-called build scenario and after zoning changes is 30 cars in the peak hour in the morning. So that's a car every 2 minutes in the peak hour in the morning, and a very similar number in the peak hour in the evening. So, you know, those are some of the impacts. I don't know specifically what the other concerns are, because we haven't had a dialogue about it. But, you know, I'm interested to hear, and we can, you know, make adjustments. But my vision for the property long before I owned it, going back to a meeting I had with Tucker Holland in June of 2022 about this property, was that it would be restricted to town employees. And there were reasons at the time that were made apparent to me why you can't restrict housing just to town employees. And then later it was like just to people who work maybe as first responders or different, you know, public safety or public service things. And you can't do exactly that. There's good reasons why not. But the vision of having year-round housing in freestanding single-family homes has not changed. And, you know, to get to the density point, I realize it's not a citizen warrant article, so we're not talking about it tonight, but the planning office is talking about a cottage community concept. This is the same density as would be allowed with the current zoning and that cottage community concept. The exact same density. And more restrictions that are being voluntarily applied. So, you know, I'm not sure where the disconnect is. If the whole island should be subject to the cottage community concept, but this property should not be, I guess I would ask for an explanation on why that is. I have other points, but I'll yield the floor and be here to add more.
Great, Stephen, thank you, and thank you for your apology. Board members? Nobody? No. Come on, the Messiah.
I think we should let others speak first on this one. If that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Not that you can't speak more than once. You can. Just,
Right.
no, you can speak more than.
Who do we have at the mic?
Go ahead.
Hi, Mary Lepre. The term is doxing, so I appreciate your apology 5 months later. I do. And I'm thankful that we live in a safe community where I don't have to worry about people coming after me at my home because you posted my home address. It's a real concern. I have 3 little kids. I also chose to live there. You have children. Do you want people just showing up at your house because of things you say? I don't think you do. I also live on Skyline Drive, and we looked at houses for a year and ended up in a covenant house, which I believe is considered an affordable house. So there are a number of them in the area. And chose that because we wanted somewhere where we had a yard and we could let our kids go outside and they could ride their bikes up and down the street, which is not something you can do everywhere anymore. So changing the density, I'm sorry, 30 cars I think is a huge underestimate of how many cars, how that would change, because like Erica said earlier, there's no bus stop, there's no sidewalks, there's no bike path. So anyone that would be entering and exiting would be entering and exiting onto a private road, which I'm not sure who would repair with all of the increased activity, because up until PFAS, that road was pretty terrible. And it only was improved because they had to bring town water down the road. So I think that I am not against affordable housing because I live in an affordable house. I'm against the density. I don't think if you have 5 lots there now, then build 5 covenant houses and do something really great for the community. And it's not going to get you rich, but it's going to do something really amazing for the community. I'm saying if you're into affordable housing, then do something like that. Don't put 12 or 20 or 40 houses there. I think working within the zoning is there for a reason. And I am against any change in the zoning.
Thank you, Mary.
Just hold on.
Hi, Megan Boyce, 13 Equator Drive. I am not an abutter, but I do want to give full disclosure. I am Stephen's aunt, and I've known him his whole life, and he's always been thinking about this community. I am one of those people that Beth Ann was talking about. I do not own a home here. I used to. I was divorced, and I worked a full-time job at the school. I worked part-time job, and I worked a full-time job in the summer. I was never able to buy another house on this island. Had I been in a position, if there was something like this available back in 2000 when I was a teacher, I would be a homeowner today. The great possibility, I would be a homeowner. Instead, I live with my partner who owns the house, who made the decision to covenant her property so we could provide housing for a family. Okay? We wanted I take care of children, and we wanted the family members of the children that we were taking care of to buy that house. They couldn't afford it, okay? They moved off island. They're gone. Young families. The people that are in there are wonderful, so lucky to be in there. They're great neighbors. There are, I think there's like 8 covenant homes in my neighborhood, just my neighborhood. On my street alone, I think there's 4. So why not another neighborhood take up some of the people that need to live and work here? Like I said, those people moved off island because they couldn't find a place to live. They were living in a basement apartment with 1 bedroom with children. We got to get out of the basement, people. Sacham's Path is beautiful. I know so many families over there. They're here, they're staying, they love their homes, they take care of their homes. Just because people, I'm going to say this, that's something I don't like to say. I grew up here coming in the summers. Then I made that decision to move here year-round 30 years ago because it was a great community. I want this community to stay local. Finally, I would just say that, we need to support these young people, like the people who can't get a covenant house because they miss that income level. There's that next bunch of people that cannot get a house. I know these people. They're young families that have 2 working parents, 2 businesses, whatever. They're working their butts off and they rent $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a month. That's crazy when that could be going to someone's home and make their lives better and their children's better. I had my granddaughter here, was here for an hour and a half so I could speak on behalf of this. I want her to have a place to live in 25 years. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please support it.
All right.
No, you got people up at the microphone.
Yeah, who else do I have at the mic? Nat or Barry? Who else is up? Nat, who's at the mic?
Mr. Kilbert's next.
All right, Mr. Kilbert, welcome back.
Graham Kilbert, again, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I think the issues with this development are similar to Mr. Williams' development. Nobody is against affordable housing. It's the numbers. And I hear one of the board members say because the town's done such a poor job of building and locating affordable housing, then this neighborhood just has to suck it up and accept these numbers. And that to me is completely ridiculous. I have a suggestion for both developers. Cut the numbers down and exit through Richmond. And don't come into this neighborhood.
Right.
Gotta get to a mic.
Hold on, yeah, you got to come up to the mic and you've got to go through the chair, please. I don't mind Stephen answering questions as he should, but please come to the mic and go through the chair, please.
Well, I throw that out there, but if I may finish. We abut the Richmond development. We've been listening to construction for the past 4 years. That is our neighbor right now. And and the commercial developments that are being built right behind Mr. Murray's property, it's got to be a 4-story commercial building. It's a monster. I don't know what's going in there. It goes down 3 stories too. That area has been subject to construction and is subject to construction that no other neighborhoods had to put up with. And now we come in with an unlimited number of affordable housing units. Again, no one's against affordable housing. It's the numbers. It's going to completely alter the fabric of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, do you want to respond or?
Yeah, just very briefly. So first of all, there is no option for me to route traffic through Richmond development. Those are private roads. I understand they need to be offered to the town, but they would need to be accepted by town meeting. And until that happens, there's no option for me to send traffic that way. I also can't direct any of my traffic to Cliff's property, and Cliff can't put any of his traffic through Richmond either. There's deed restrictions that are part of the Clay Street subdivision, which was to benefit the neighbors, the direct abutters of Cliff's property. So there's reasons that can't be done, and it's unfortunate. And I've tried, and I've had discussions with Richmond more than once about this. It would make everyone's life easier if that were an option, but at this stage, it's not. To the point about this neighborhood having dealt with more than any other, I don't think that that's entirely true. I'm not discounting that there are impacts from this property, although if the chair would recognize Mr. Michaud, he could describe what the specific traffic impacts would be. But in terms of construction and other things, I mean, I live maybe 500 feet from Beach Plum Village. There's a lot of traffic. There was a lot of construction from that. The whole Fairgrounds Road corridor from Wiggles Way to all the development on Wade Drive and Tacoma Drive, those are significant construction projects that have been going and will continue to go. I do understand that there are impacts from construction, but this is not specifically targeted at a certain area.
Thank you, Stephen. Mr. Williams at the mic.
Yes.
You're recognized, sir.
Clifford Williams. I'd just like to echo, I'm not articulate enough, I guess. The dialogue that the town should have already entered into. I know they've identified Steve's property long ago as a place for affordable housing, so I'm not sure why we're arguing about that now. Harvey Road, which goes into Clay Street, the original easement that goes in there I thought it was identified as a road, but the very people that have spoken against this tonight were the very people who have now tried to put restrictions on that Harvey Road entrance so that you couldn't exit from either property. So again, we've spent or at least appropriated through town meeting, a lot of money for affordable housing. And I mentioned this when I first spoke. My phone hasn't rung and nobody has entered any dialogue. And I applaud Steve for spending an incredible amount of money. He has done traffic studies, even though earlier someone mentioned we hadn't done, or he hadn't done any. We've done a lot of surveys. So is the town really interested in affordable housing or not?
Thank you, Clifford. I have a couple responses to that. I'm pretty sure that the town has put out some properties to be built on, and nobody responded. I think they got one contractor to respond to the Orange Street property. So the town has tried. Secondly, yes, the property that Mr. Maury has bought was identified as possibly a place for affordable housing. But with that said, so was Rugged Road. And we know what happened there. So I think those talking points are mute. I think we are in desperate need of affordable housing. Ownership units in specifically. I think Mr. Mori is offering those. And so I think it's important that he gets a fair opportunity to present a plan and for the town to decide what they want to do. Thanks. Barry?
No, okay, Emily's up there, so I'm gonna.
Oh, okay.
You defer
Welcome,
to her,
Emily.
please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden with the Nantucket Land and Water Council. A lot has already been said about the last proposal and this one, and I do recognize and appreciate the fact that these are coming back revised as far as what the zoning districts are being proposed as and to be changed to, and what's being offered with the deed restrictions. We do have concerns with density, and in trying to understand that, I wanted to ask a few questions, sort of in the concept of information gathering and considering all of this. This lot is a little bit different and more complicated because it currently is in a couple of different zoning districts, and it wasn't clear to me from the materials that were submitted how many lots could be created with it now based on the zoning that it is in, and how many lots could be created with the proposed zoning changes. I think that would be really helpful to understand, just because of the way that it's split into two districts. It's a little bit unclear to me. And then I understand that there are a lot of differing opinions about the covenant program and some issues that may exist with that. But I also think that in the same light, it would be helpful to understand with the secondary and tertiary lots that are available in these districts, how many covenant lots could be created on the property with current zoning. I think that that would be helpful to have for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, you want to, are you prepared to answer those?
Yeah, so there is currently enough land in the districts to provide 5 buildable lots plus an additional 1 acre lot, which is not buildable for housing. I don't know what it would be, but it's 5 buildable lots today. If both zoning changes were to pass, there could be created 12 buildable lots. If this Article P, is it, that we're on? If that one were to pass only, and the entire property ends up in the R20 district, there could be 9 buildable lots. So an increase from 5 to 9.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Did you have Suzanne up there?
Is that an old hand up or?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Suzanne has her hand up online, and then there's someone else at the mic.
Suzanne Dobb?
Yep.
Okay. Welcome back, Suzanne.
Hi, thank you. I just have a question. If access cannot be made through into Richmond because it's private road, why, if Skyline is a private road, which it is, can it go that way? I just need clarification. I'm confused.
They have frontage on those roads, and they don't have frontage on the roads in, is that correct, staff? Yeah.
Megan, I think he's looking for an answer to the.
I said because they don't have frontage, those pieces of property don't get their frontage off the roads in the Richmond development.
So through Clay Street, that can't happen unless Skyline was taken as a public road and unless Harvey was taken in a public road, as a public road. The intent is for the Richmond roads to eventually become town roads, but there's a process that needs to happen for that to take place. So as it stands right now, the foreseeable future is just a pedestrian connection for Richmond to Clay Street. There are many things that need to fall into place for that to be a viable vehicle connection. In terms of Woodland, there is not an existing roadway infrastructure for that type of connection.
Thank you. Thanks.
Did I see someone at the mic?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi. Phil Garufi. I live at 12 Woodland Drive. I wasn't going to talk about Sakem's Path, but what's kind of interesting, 7 weeks ago, I was working on a porch roof and I fell off of it. And I broke 8 ribs. I punctured my lung. I broke my collarbone. I broke my wrist. And I ended up going off to Brigham's. I was up there for I came back after a week. A week later, I had an infection behind the lung and I ended up there another 8 days. And I'm on some like heavy duty antibiotics that are really dangerous. I'll be done with them Saturday. And I'm also having, because of the lung puncture, I'm having a little trouble breathing here, but I'll try to get through it. Interesting enough though, Sakem's Path, which I think is kind of ugly myself, but some traveling nurses came over and there were 2 of them, and I'm not going to tell you their names, but we started talking about the development across the street potentially. And I said, yeah, well, they're trying to say this could be like Sakem's Path. I said, Sakem's Path, I remember when they built it, I went over to check out the house for one girl who I do consider a vital service person here. She's not in the construction industry and she does something for the town. And that's great. However, she won the lottery and her family has 5 houses here. 2 or 3 of them they don't even use, but she won the lottery and she's got the house. Okay, but also I happen to be working with another guy who, I was working with a friend of his who had won the lottery, got a house, and immediately went to work building a loft within. What the girl said to me was, oh yeah, this apartments, we see all sorts of stuff in there, in the basements, they haven't finished and so on. I spoke to one guy, I drove in there after the last meeting, and I said, hey, how do you like it here? And they said, oh, great. He said, I wouldn't be able to afford it if I didn't have this. I said, hey, how much did it cost? $338,000. And he said, and I get rent from such and such. And I'm saying to myself, 338, and the way the rents are charged now, the renter is probably paying for his mortgage. But where I'm going with that all at the end of the day is, we know how these things work out. 30 cars is not going to be what it ends up being. It's going to be, if there's 36 houses, I don't care what sizes they are, they're going to end up being 100 people live in there anyhow, conservative, 200, times 6, 36 times 6 is over 200. And we know it's going to be more than that. And, these how where did Nantucket feel they had to need to keep housing people? And these people are going to keep showing up as long as the construction industry is hot. And you'll end up with construction people. You won't end up with cops. You won't end up with firemen. You won't end up with teachers. There's 2 teachers living on that street right now. I'm all about teachers. My dad was a teacher. My grandfather was a teacher. My other grandfather was acting superintendent of Boston Public Schools. He could have been the superintendent, but he decided to retire. I had an aunt who was a teacher. When I went into 1st grade, I used to get cut all kinds of slack because my aunt was a pretty young, 3rd grade teacher. And they would say, oh, that's Miss McDonough's nephew. I'm all about teachers. There's neighborhoods around here, like up by Meyer Comet Golf Course, also half acres. They used to be called a kind of a townieville there, where they did have lots of cops. and they had a teacher for sure, I know. And now they're getting sold because they're near the golf course. And so there's less of that. I mean, Brooke Moore lives there. But we know how it's going to work out. It's just going to be too damn dense. I have 2 islanders, 2 natives, 2 kids who were born at the cottage hospital. They would never say to me, Dad, when is Nantucket going to create some housing for us? Dad, where is it? They just wouldn't. They know better. People need to just stop showing up and expecting this. I'll be more than happy to help out with Covenant Housing. I mean, with Habitat. I'll be more than happy to donate my time. But at some point, you have to say enough. The whole Mid-Island, people talk about not in my backyard. Not in my backyard. The whole Mid-Island was a creation for that. It's not in my backyard in Shakamo, Quidnet, Pocomo, Pulpus, Monomoy, the Cliff. You can't have any kind of dense housing there. And you know what? I don't want it there either. I remember when this jackass wanted to put something out in Pocomo, and he was threatening 40B. Another jackass who wanted something over in the state forest, also threatening 40B. What you've got to do is make it less dense, take some of that damn money from the land bank and that the town has, and start buying houses, make it affordable for people who are vital service. I'm a carpenter. We do not need any more carpenters, masons. They don't even exist anymore. Plasterers, painters, and so on. Enough.
Wrap it up, Bill. That would be awesome.
And that's it.
So you got to start
now.
going to more meetings.
I'll be back to say more.
Thank you. We have anyone else at either mic or online?
No.
Wow.
Nat, you're killing me here. But Mr.
I wanted that side to go public.
Stephen, if we continued this, could you provide, and I know you have before, but can you provide us with the full package of deed restrictions and your traffic study, your plans and all that for us and the public to see, please?
I'm happy to provide you with everything that I have. So the deed restrictions are available online. I'm not suggesting I won't also bring them to you, but they're actually recorded against the property. So you can find them at masslandrecords.com or go downtown and they'll help you find them. The traffic study, yes, there are no other plans. I didn't do a site plan that shows what might be built in the 2 different scenarios, meaning if one of the zoning changes were to pass or if the other were to pass. So there's an old plan that you saw that showed 40 houses, which would have been an R5 subdivision, and then all sorts of bonus lots, which would have required further approvals from you guys. So that plan isn't the idea. It wouldn't be possible in any scenario today. But with approvals from you all, there could be secondary and there could be tertiary dwellings on each lot. So if there's the 5 lots we have today, there could be 15 houses. If there's 9 lots, there could be 27. And if there's 12 lots, there could be 36. I don't have a site plan to show that to you. There would be some changes necessarily. I mean, we try to keep as much buffer as we can from Woodland Drive. I don't know if the same cottage or neighborhood concept would work, just because the restrictions are different. We can't do workforce homeownership community in these different neighborhoods, so you can't cluster them the way that I had hoped that we could. So yes, I'll get you what we can. you know, a couple of times it's been suggested that affordable housing would be supported by this neighborhood if it were less dense. And, you know, the facts are that if you have to sell a house at $1.1 million at the cost of construction today, you can't build 12 houses on 5 acres of land. You just can't do it. I mean, it's not about, you know, how many millions is the developer going to make. They're going to, you know, you lose millions doing that. And this is not the most lucrative thing I think that could be done with the property. I don't think it's the economic highest and best use. I'm not suggesting that I'm not making money. I do intend to make money for the, you know, next 3+ years of work developing this property, but it is not the greatest economic gain. And if we're going to talk about reducing density, and you know, I'm open to that, but there'd have to be some involvement of discussion with Affordable Housing Trust or some others who can help make those numbers work. And, you know, I'm open to that, but I don't think that there's going to be that kind of discussion from the Affordable Housing Trust or the Select Board or anybody without some acknowledgement from the neighbors that they might support some level of something. So I'll put that out there because I think I have the ear of the audience of people who might be able to advance that conversation.
One more question for you, Stephen. And as you well know, and most people might not yet, you know, planning has been working on a cottage community idea with you know, that is 100% affordable. You said you could build the same thing within that?
Yes. Yeah, it'd be, I don't know if I have the numbers exactly right, but it would be, I think, 35 dwellings with the cottage community leaving the property in Lug 2 and R20 the way it is today. And with the concepts that I'm talking about, if we change the zoning, so a portion of it goes to R10 and the rest is in R20, you'd have 12 lots. You could potentially, with further approvals, have 3 dwellings on each, so you'd have 36.
But you're talking about ownership units, right? So
all ownership, yeah.
Okay. So it would be a condoed lot?
It would be, yeah, there'd have to be some level of, yes. So it'd be condo, which I understand is a concept that is being explored by the Affordable Housing Trust on White Street. Megan has given me the broad strokes of how it might be possible in R20. I'm not sure that I'm clear on it. It may end up being duplexes plus a covenant. You know, I'm not sure. I think there are ways to affect the separate ownership of 3 dwellings on an R20 lot. I'm not sure exactly how it would look. Again, my vision is that everything is freestanding single-family homes, and I'm told that's possible. But we've spent a fair amount of money and time thinking about this, and there's still a lot of ifs, and I don't know how to design for all the different scenarios at this point.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. So as much of this information as you could get to us on paper for us to review and study and really dig into, I think would be helpful for your cause. And I think that that you're best served, the neighbors are best served, and we as a board are best served to continue this and put some thought into it. Any of the other board members have any other feelings about that?
Just real quick, Mr. Chairman, because Phil's back up. My thought was just you know, the 240 AMI primary and 2 covenants in each lot. That was just a simple, you know, easy way to look at it without getting into so much confusion, because it is confusing for people to understand when we start throwing these numbers around. What Phil brought up earlier about the $338,000 house, that's because the 40B, which is Satcham's Path, is a 40B. A 40B affordable is like, that's why it doesn't work here, because it's so cheap. And that's why that whole primary part of the market rate lots have to subsidize that. But those numbers don't work on the Nantucket.
But there was also, you know, $450 some odd thousand per house that was subsidized from the town, from the CPC.
Yeah.
And that was in 20 years ago money.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I mean.
Exactly. I
less-
was just trying to make that
less
point.
density and more affordability, yeah.
338 now, sounds like you're buying a car
Right.
compared to a house. You know what I mean? It's just so insane to understand the increase in value that has happened.
Yeah, I
And-
want to see your new car.
And
Sounds
the
great.
issue is, as Beth was saying, the covenant program is so good, but now you have to subsidize the land or something. A move on is so easy to say, but that is complex, and to find the right size house and the ground cover and all these other things that happen. But when we have this hearing tonight, this meeting has been Affordable Housing Trust meeting, not a planning board meeting. But the problem is that it's like starting from scratch after years and years and years of talking about this. It is so hard to quantify all this stuff as a package to understand, to sell. And I think what Dave is saying, Steve, is having a really solid plan for this lot, for this piece that's already in R20, the whole area is in that spot, is different and needs to have something concrete that would be easy to explain. And I can understand most of it, but that, it's just the 240 AMI thing is the new, I call it the $1.5 million house, right? Because that's what it ends up being.
It's about 1.2, I think, with the new.
You know what I mean? I'm
raise.
just
But
saying,
yeah,
that's
and to be honest, that's not the price point that I want to hit. I mean, initially, halfway through my history with this property 18 months ago, I thought we could deliver $750,000 houses. It's not going to be possible.
No, I know.
You know.
And what I'm saying is, when I tell people a $1.6 million house is cheap, they just look at me, but it's true. It's just that the new attainable versus affordable is this 240. And I think that once that gets understood, that's sort of your primary affordable, I guess you could call it, in the what can actually be built on a lot with a primary, secondary, tertiary covenant. So anyway, I'm just
Right,
to get off track, but I just try
not
to
to be
stay
lost
so
in all
you
this,
it's
but
understood.
The discussion about ADUs, the accessory dwelling units, which are now permissible in all residential districts, not just on Nantucket, but in the whole state. Those are out there also. Like, there's other avenues for density. There's an elder housing provision in our bylaw that could be applied to this property. There's other things that could have advanced a site plan to you guys already, and I'm not doing that. I want to be very upfront, and that's why I showed 40 houses last time, which was more than I would have been allowed by right. I very much want people to understand what they're voting on, and I do want people to like what's going to go in this neighborhood. And if the number of houses I'm proposing is too much, I would like to have that discussion with people who live in the neighborhood. I apologize to Mr. Michaud. Looks like we're not going to hear from you tonight, but your work will be shared and read widely this evening, I'm sure. It's riveting stuff.
All right.
Thank you. And Stephen, I don't want to prolong this tonight because we've really been at it for a while already. But my understanding, and I didn't realize you had slides that were available for us tonight.
Yep, there's slides. So I'll package it all and
Okay,
put it in an email to
that would be
Megan.
appreciated. And if you could show us and whoever else is going to look at this package, the difference between what you could build is right now and what the zoning change represents would be helpful too.
Very good. And then I will make the suggestion that we just don't talk about the next article because it's, we already did. So we can skip right over that one.
Okay. I think I'm
Mr. Chairman,
good. Yes.
Phil's still up there,
Yeah,
so.
okay. Phil, please, and concise and short, please, Phil.
Okay, so listen, people who live in that street always expected to see houses, be built across the way. but let's keep it dense. We want to see Steve make lots of dough. We'll work with him. We'll help him. But maybe we can gentrify it where there can be a couple of houses with a pool. I'm not looking for that, believe me. The whole pool thing I hate. And if anybody knows our family, we know a lot about swimming pools. But, the density has got to stop. Back to the hospital one more time. I had a thoracic surgeon. I didn't get surgery, but he was working with me. He was head of thoracic surgery at Brigham. His name is Dr. Scott Swanson. And he said to me, "Oh, Nantucket." He says, "Oh, you've got a beautiful island there." Really, small talk. And then he said, "We used to vacation out there." And I was like, "Oh yeah, where'd you go?" And he said, "Maya Comet." And I said, "Oh, that's really nice out there." He says, "Yeah, well, we rented from a friend and we'd go out 3 weeks to a month. It had a beautiful place." And then he said to me, "But what's happening out there? What happened out there?" And I knew what he meant. He didn't even have to explain it to me. What he meant was all the damn traffic on Surfside Road, the Boulevard, Old South Road. And keep in mind, the Richmond hasn't even been built out yet. And there's other projects in the works. And that whole mid-island is taking the brunt of it, getting beaten to death. It's all working people, like most of us here. And what are we doing? We're fighting over the crumbs. Let's be nicer to ourselves. And so I'll stop there.
Thank you, Phil. There'll be more opportunity at other meetings. Meg, can
What date?
some direction here. So
That's what he wants to know.
I think I think what we're gonna do is we are gonna open and continue the rest of these Woodland Drive articles. If Stephen is amenable to that, we're gonna open them and then we're gonna continue them to the 30th if we have room.
Yeah, we definitely have room on the 30th. I have items tentatively penciled in for Monday's meeting, but that is also shaping up to be a bit lengthy with just regular business. So it's up to you all. It sounds like a lot of information to get together and then read and digest by Monday, or do you want to just keep it to the 30th?
I would like to keep, if it's all right, if Stephen is amenable to it, I would like to keep it to the 30th. And
Just giving the
Stephen,
thumbs up.
okay, and we're gonna open and continue all these other Woodland articles and continue them to the 30th, Stephen.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so
Is everyone on the board comfortable with that?
what is this article?
So we have the one we've been discussing, lug 2 to R20, which is the portion of Woodland Drive.
Yep.
We have then R20 to R10,
I see
which
those.
is, 13 to 13A.
I want to do those in a bunch. I want to do this one first, so we'll make a motion to move this
Okay.
article here to the 30th
To 30th.
of
We
January.
have to open them all up first. No.
Yeah, let's open the batch.
And then we have the two proposed overlay changes. So currently, this
I don't know what the
property
numbers are.
resides in the country overlay. So the proposal is to move that. Two different proposals. One is to move a portion of 13 Woodland Drive into the town overlay, and another one is proposing to move 13 Woodland Drive and 13A Woodland Drive into the town overlay. So those are the four articles.
Okay. So, Nat, you got a plan here?
Well, you kind of screwed me up.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chairman. But no, I was just going to motion to move the one we're on now that's open.
We can do
But
all
can we
four.
do all? I didn't think we could do that.
Let's take a motion to open all the ones that haven't, and then
Okay.
let's take a motion to
Continue all four.
all to June, to
Okay.
January 30th.
Okay,
Right?
so I'll make a motion to open the remaining 3 articles by the same applicant.
Second.
Okay.
Do we need to read the numbers off, or are we good,
I
Meg?
don't know what the numbers
I think maybe just as you can say, as I've just described them.
as staff just described. Jesus.
Do you want to just read them?
No, we're good. So do I have a second on that?
You had Barry.
Give you a second, sir.
Okay, motion made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an I myself. Okay, so then a motion to continue all of them as mentioned to the 30th.
Yes, so moved.
Second with discussion.
Okay. Discussion, Barry?
Sorry?
Do you want to discuss it now?
Yeah, I just want to be real brief, and it's really not a discussion, it's more of a comment. The only thing I would love to see people do is start talking to the developers here who are thinking about it, the people who are pitching these things forward. Because what I am sitting here baffled by, and I think the new key word for this town meeting is going to be density. But I have no idea what that means. Well, it's too much density. This is too much density. This is going to bring 200 cars. This is going to bring 300 people. There's no data to support that. So if you have data out there that's going to support some of those key things that you are going to want to say is going to be a detractor to this, I would love for people to bring forward that level of information. Otherwise, I find that it boils down to almost like hyperbole, and also it's conjectural as well too. One surefire way to kill things, but there's no substantive data. And the other thing too is if you're going to feel like density is an issue with these things, then for God's sake, as one person on this board, tell me what is acceptable. Because it's very, pardon?
Conform to zoning.
They are conform. All right, this is not going to be a back and forward, but I am asking you, I'm just asking that if they are conforming to zoning standards, okay? But I get when I'm walking away from it, I'm not hearing what is accept. There's got to be a threshold somewhere. And if there's no threshold, for you, have the courtesy to say, I don't want it at all. That works fine. I can live with that. But at least sets the standard and the bar for things. But if there is a way to accomplish it, let's not deal in this amorphous basis. I'm asking you to try to get down to what would you find acceptable? Because that, I think sometimes that's just the happy medium. But until we know that, so I would love to continue these things. I've had my say at the moment. But these are critical issues.
Your discussion. I'm just going to add on real quick, and if Stephen could take note, I think that this is where it would be helpful for people to understand what can be built as a right with how it exists now.
Right.
And how much more would it be with the zoning change, so that people can make an educated decision and maybe come to the table and come to an agreement with you, or maybe go to or maybe you'll go to the Affordable Housing Trust and say, hey, this density isn't acceptable. Is there a way to get some buy down dollars to make this work? So
bingo.
I think there's a lot of places to go. I'm not saying I'm in favor of it, but I think that there's a lot of information we need. We've got a motion on the table to continue this.
I'm sorry, we're in the middle of
a motion. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Basically, there's a motion on the floor at this point.
So,
Not closing the public hearing though,
But there'll be opportunities to comment on this again.
Yeah.
Please.
Suggest you add in beds that could be included in that calculation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Number of beds.
I was just
Number of
gonna
beds.
say, it's the number of beds, because that directly equates into the number of cars you're gonna have.
Let's start with some houses, and then and we've got time. Okay, I think we'll get there. All right. So the motion on the floor is to continue the
January 30th.
January 30th for the articles that we mentioned previously. Did I have a second?
You did get a second.
Oh, you were the second. Okay, motion
Yes,
made
sir.
by Nat, seconded by Barry. Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay, how's everyone holding up here?
I think we're taking care of things on our own here, so.
You need you need a quick 5-minute biology?
I think we're good.
Everyone good? Okay.
Yeah.
We are on to what is labeled as W, zoning bylaw amendment change, 4181L, Emily Molden. Welcome, Emily.
Good evening again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden. So this article has been submitted to address properties that are subdivided under the state's 4181L pre-existing structures provision. And I know you're all really familiar with that. It may look somewhat familiar because I had submitted a similar article a couple of years ago. And at that point in time, I think I gave a much more lengthy presentation about why I was submitting it and what the concerns were. And I'm going to keep this much briefer, but I'm certainly happy to provide more information if the board would like. The article essentially proposes amendments that are not in any way going to address the ability of someone to divide a lot based on the existence of pre-existing structures, because that is a right granted under state law. What the amendments that this article proposes do is they eliminate an existing provision in the zoning bylaw that automatically vests pre-existing and non-conforming rights to these newly created lots. The amendments are also a little different in that they add a provision about the newly created lots, and if they are going to make some proposals to redevelop those, it addresses some additional standards for the special permit granting authority, the zoning board, to comply with, the intention being that the newly created lots wouldn't necessarily be granted additional density from what the original lot would have allowed. I want to thank Megan for working with me a lot on this and providing a lot of important and helpful feedback. And I think I might just leave it there right now and see if there are any questions.
Great. Board members, any questions for Emily?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
this is great. I heard all about this the other day. I'm thrilled about this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think
The fact that you have worked with staff and come up with something I should have thought of. Because what you did, in theory, is take the covenant formula of a lot, which, by the way, we have, how many times have we had to explain it at one of these meetings that it's not a subdivision? It's not a subdivision.
Secondary residential lot.
That lot gets, the ground cover of that house is calculated into the whole lot like it's just a second dwelling, even if it's separately owned. This kind of does that a little bit in a kind of a different kind of way. But the numbers in the ROH district with 40% from 50, I always have to throw that in because no one gives us any credit for that. It should come out where, like, there's no, it could have already been built scenario, just like a regular lot. So this should calm all discussion about 4181L from now on. Should. And then when those weird things come up, ZBA, as long as it's in the language, then it's not just somebody coming into ZBA saying they want something. This is something that we've already vetted. And there are going to be some circumstances that they need to give them some relief. So I like it. I think this is great. It gets rid of this problem, and you can move on to other stuff.
Yes.
So I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Yes, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, Emily, when you brought this up, whatever, last year or the year before, you know, this is some of the conversation we had, so I'm kind of glad that we were able to roll this back and get it where I think more palatable. Like I said before to you, is that I've had clients that has one of these lots and they are maximizing, you know, every square inch. So I'm kind of glad that we're kind of rolling it back to the zoning that will only allow that ground cover. So I think there's a lot of wins in this. I think it'll be really good for the town of Nantucket. So I think this is really positive. I'm glad that our discussion with you and that you brought this back to us. So thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Meg.
you. And thanks for your input on it as well, Joe and Dave.
I'm gonna go Meg and then Leslie.
Wanted to go over some language that I went over with town council. They had identified a section that they were concerned about possibly not being legally sound, and I conveyed to them the importance of keeping the intent of this article. So we did come up with just some language to replace. Let me pull this up. Hold on. So it's shown here on your screen. It was included in the packet, and it has to do with the finding. Where it's highlighted, this should actually say the zoning board of appeals. They're going to be the permit granting authority, not the planning board. So shall contain a finding that the proposed new or expanded structure will not result in any additional density that is allowed pursuant to section 139.16 intensity, so that ties to the ground cover, and section 139.7A, the use chart, so that ties to the allowable number of dwelling units. And the zoning board of appeals will have to be supplied in advance of the granting of the special permit, a deed restriction in recordable form, just outlining the terms of that specific property and how it applies so that it complies with this provision of the zoning bylaw. So if you were in favor of approving this, I would just ask that through your motion, you would update that language pursuant to town council's recommendation.
Right, great, thank you.
And I
Leslie,
would just say Megan shared that language with me earlier, and I've taken a look at it and seen it.
right,
This kind of modernizes something that goes back pre-1955, the Sanborn maps, all this information, and this is another thing that's important. People know, you can find out what was on a lot. Like, it's not a secret. Just because we didn't have satellites in the 1800s, we know. There's ways of finding these things out. And this sort of just kind of cleans it up, where it's not taking away anyone's rights. They can still create those small lots if they have enough land. But at the same time, they don't get the double stuff, depending upon what they're doing. Like, there's a lot of places that this works so well, like the one on Main Street on the left, Bert Johnson, the other Bert Johnson's old property in the back, where they never did anything except separate ownership. It looks the same as it did 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's the other ones
Mm-hmm.
where you got to jiggle it around to do it. So this is good. This kind of makes it sort of 21st century. So I kind of like this.
Can I just add one thing too?
Yeah.
So, because it's twofold. So it doesn't take away the ability to construct what you're already allowed to do.
Right.
But it doesn't give you that automatic ground cover bonus that
Yes.
you're entitled to now. So
That's right.
that's one. Two is with the zoning board of appeals issuing the special permit, you're now subject to notice requirements. So right now, you would not be subject to anything beyond HGC, which, it's not the same process. So in our conversations, it really helps alleviate two separate issues.
Well said.
good job, ladies. Leslie,
Yeah. Excited.
Leslie, there you go.
I was just having trouble unmuting. I just wanted to say thank you to Megan and to Emily for working so well together to come up with something that it sounds like the planning board supports. This concept started off a little rough a couple of years ago, and I think that it's great that they've come to a consensus.
Agreed.
Thank you. Yeah.
We have any public comment on this anywhere? Anyone online?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say one thing.
Please, Barry.
I don't have anyone here at the moment, though, in the public. Emily, thanks for bringing this forward. The thing that I like about this, it puts exactly these kind of changes into the wheelhouse of the Zoning Board of Appeals, and this is their forte for dealing with it, because they will be the ones dealing with the direct neighbors for wanting to work this out as well, too. So in my mind's eye, this really solves a variety of things. Thrilled to support it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, as Megan said so well, that now any zoning issues will actually be addressed with proper notification with the right board instead of
Yep.
not.
So, Mr. Chairman, not seeing anyone else. Oh, does he have his hand up? Then I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. So Barry, on that point, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, this gets to the HCC, and that's when they first get the impact of this, and it's always about the scale. So I think that this is going to help quiet some of the neighborhood concerns. People are going to be able to do this by right, but not be overdeveloping a very small lot. So I think this is really going to be a win, not only for the ZBA, but I think the HCC and any abutting neighborhood abutters. So I think this is going to be a win-win for us. I think this is really kind of a really smart amendment to this article. So thank you.
Agreed.
I would, if I may, just briefly share with the board that before it was submitted, I went to an HDC meeting and just shared the concept with them, and they were thrilled with the idea and very supportive of moving something like this forward too, so.
Yeah, great. So are we good up there on the screen, Barry?
I don't see any members of the public with their hand raised either, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, not seeing no members of the public having their hand raised nor on the screen at this point, I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second. Give it to Joe, Catherine. His voice is louder now.
I don't know if you heard that or not.
I'm sorry. Motion made by Barry. I'm gonna take Joe's second, even though I was gonna give it to you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
This is to close the public hearing. Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Okay. As for the
Then I'd make a motion at this point that we send this to town meeting with a positive recommendation. With the amended, thank you, with the amended version that from town council that Megan read into the record.
I will second that.
Great. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
Wow, we did one.
Well, we're on to like never ending. On to short-term rentals. This is a zoning bylaw amendment put forward by Ms. Balzer. I think I saw her in the room if she'd like to come up to the mic.
You did.
Hi, Caroline Balzer. I thought
Welcome,
I would
Caroline.
review, unless you have specific questions, I thought I would review the differences with my article and the others. To start, this Nantucket Vacation Rental article, NVR, I'm calling it, is different than the others in its simplicity. It provides the necessary zoning updates to mirror the ZBA's recent ruling, which found that vacation rentals are in fact a long-standing practice on Nantucket and have been customary in residential districts for over 125 years. My article creates a new term unique to Nantucket, which recognizes both the legitimacy and uniqueness of vacation rentals on Nantucket, NVR. This, I think, will help to reclaim that part of a Nantucket tradition that's been beloved by many. 92% of Nantucket's visitor accommodations are provided by rentals in people's private homes here. This article upholds our town's master plan, which refers to and respects the strong tourism-based economy that has been locally honed for multiple decades and long before any of the new rental platforms were used by owners to screen their potential guests. To talk a little about the economic impact. My NVR article is the only article that responds to the recent budget report made to the select board, I think it was on the 11th of December, mid-December, showing that with the decline in SDRs this last year, SDR tax revenue is down by 15% for the July to September 2024 over the same period the year before. The next thing I'd want to mention is about community bullying. This article is the only one that puts an end to the lawsuits which continue to cost the town and the families who've been chosen as targets huge legal bills and awful heartache. This is community bullying, and it affects many more people than just those currently being sued. To deal with any kind of bullying, it must be publicly opposed, and this article shuts it down. Fact is, I myself have spent more than 3 years very actively trying to find the problem properties that the other article authors are pointing to. I really have tried hard, and a lot of people I know have tried hard, honestly and truly. I've spent a lot of time trying to find the problem properties and the problem owners. I have gotten close. I have certainly heard, I know that there are problems. I'm not denying that there have been problems, not at all. But to try to find them now and to positively identify them now, I have not been able to do that. Nor have I been able to hear of any significant noise complaints. The information that I've recently looked at shows that for the last 4 years, the police department has reported no significant noise complaints. And the ones that they did have, the few they had, were from long-term rentals, not short-term rentals. I think there was one that was specifically reported as a short-term rental. The health department reported no calls for noise or nuisance in 2024 between from what I can tell, January and September of 2024. They got 2 calls on their compliance dashboard. One was for an STR and one was from a long-term rental. Since NVRs are now clearly seen to be decreasing, not proliferating, as some had feared, I can see greater good in putting this topic to bed with this NVR zoning article, rather than town meeting pursuing yet more STR articles, which are destined to cause unintended consequences to the town and to many residents. We need to give the regulations and restrictions that we have passed time this year for implementation before we add any more. This is the article that can move this community on once and for all on town meeting floor. We on Nantucket must be able to turn our attention to clear and present problems, especially now that STRs the numbers are significantly down. We see that we have spent 4 years chasing a mainland type of problem with convoluted, intrusive, unnecessary, and unenforceable solutions. In some, Article X, as it presently is known, is fitted to Nantucket Island. It is not confusing. It respects property rights. It also respects the good parts of the tradition. And I've heard many, many, many stories and have researched that a lot in the history of Nantucket. It's really part of our culture, related to the cottage industry of renting houses. And as we've heard tonight, taking property rights away by changing zoning after people have chosen their places or when they've grown up in those places, it doesn't work very well on Nantucket, certainly not with a lot of acrimony and unpleasantness. And this community has had way too much of that of late. So unless residents choose to support those zoning changes, I think that, for me, sticking with the constitutional rights, property rights, and working within those expectations is best. So I hope you will support this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Board members. Okay, do we have anyone in the public? Meg, anyone in the room or online?
No?
No.
Oh, yes.
God, Matthew, I thought you had been up there a lot quicker than that.
No, sorry, Matthew P. here. A couple of things. I just want to address a couple of things that Ms. Spalter said. One of them, I know she commented on the rooms tax. I think if we look at that, we had 2 hotels that were off line last year. And that's where the majority of the rooms tax comes from, is from the hotels. I think we're seeing a different type of problem. We had no regulations on STRs last year, and they're down. And already this year, so far this year into January, we're hearing upwards of a minimum of 10% down on this year again. So, and there's no regulations planned for this year either. So I don't think it's a regulation problem. I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. Obviously I have an article and I've changed. We don't need to get into that. We're here to talk about this article. This is, this is just another zoning STR, same one, another 59 dressed up as something a little bit different, unfortunately. And I think that after 5 tries, we've seen this same thing happen over and over and over again, and the town and the public has rejected it. And so, the select board's kind of made their comments on STR. They want to take a back seat. They're kind of done with it. And so I would suggest that, this board take no action on this as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Anybody else in the public or online?
Yes, Kathy Baird.
All right. Welcome, Kathy.
Good evening, everybody. Hello. Just quickly, I think what Carolyn was talking about was the presentation that Brian Turbot gave to the select board on December 11th, and that's all documented in the agenda and the agenda packet. And basically what the town's concern was, as I understand he expressed it, was the drop. If you think about what the rental tax is on rooms, that tax revenue would go up naturally even if there was no real change in occupancy, because it's based on the price of the rooms, the price of the homes. So even if there wasn't an increase, you would expect those tax revenues to go up. Also, the STR revenue is way larger than 50% of the rooms tax. The hotels have always been a couple $1 million, 1.5, 1.6, and now it's up to 12 or 13, I think, $1 million a year that the revenue comes in. So it's mostly STR revenue, and the fact that it's gone down 15%, when we all know that the hotel rooms have probably gone higher in price, it's very significant, because it had been rising throughout the pandemic era, and then the rate of increase dropped off, and now it's a negative. It's not that it just dropped off, it's a negative. So I think if you look at the budget that the town has put forward, they've cut back the expected revenue for 2026 based on those numbers coming in from the state. So it is a significant impact for the town's revenues, and that's just one of the things I wanted to explain. And I think that the taking the ZBA ruling and putting it into our town code makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. We have anyone else out there, Meg?
Go ahead, Carolyn.
Nope, seeing none.
Carolyn wanted to say something again, please.
Carolyn, you,
If I may, I just wanted to address Matt Peel. I think it was the same meeting, the select board meeting, where Brian Turbot was presenting about the budget, where I recall 2 select board members and possibly the town manager making comments about their concern about the numbers and how it would impact the budget and reference the STR numbers. So that really alarmed me. I've heard, just in my world, I've heard last year and this year that the numbers were down. And I don't know, there's no statistic on that, but a lot of people were saying that. And, but then to hear 2 select boardmen and the town manager say it during that presentation was actually very alarming. So I just wanted to respond with that. And the other thing is, I think that given the ZBA ruled after the whole summer of deliberating, very careful deliberations and listening to a lot of different people, they were only able to get that ruling in just, I think, 3 or 4 days before the special town meeting. And that really didn't give any pivot room, to any of us, the way things work with our form of government. And so this is the natural response to that. It is not just 59 repackaged. It certainly is the spirit of 59 trying to get the bullying capped off, because that is a social emergency and it is unnecessary. There are other ways to skin that cat. If there are problem properties, there are a lot better ways of taking care of them than suing people who just to make a point. And that's really wrong in this community. I feel strongly about that as a psychologist. Thank you.
thank you, Carolyn. Yikes. I mean, I've been involved in this for a long time. My thought has changed and then come back to where I was originally. We've heard that short-term rentals are the scourge of our community, and they're ruining our island faster than we can do anything about it. But as Matthew Peel pointed out, there are no regulations. Yet there's not many hotels at every corner like were predicted. But in fact, they're less of an issue now than they were a year ago, projected to be even less of an issue this year. And I really think it's time that we put this to rest. And how do we put this to rest, in my opinion, is that we vote to approve Caroline's article, and then we put regulations in general bylaws, as we've said all along. This isn't a move to gut zoning. This isn't anything other than a way to regulate a business that occurs on our island. That's it. It is that simple, to be honest with you folks. We need to stop trying to bend over and do gymnastics to make this, put an A in our use chart for accessory use. Let's keep it simple and straightforward. Let's codify this in zoning. Let's regulate the problem issue in a general bylaw, and let's move on to other things, please. Thank you. I'm sorry to put you all through that, but I couldn't hold my tongue. Board members.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Dave. Thank you.
Agreed.
Has the ZBA weighed in on her language yet? Do we have any feedback from anyone? Just curious.
I haven't received any, but I also have not checked in to ask, so.
I haven't seen anything email-wise.
Have you?
I can say that I chose NVR because Attorney Pucci was using that term in the meetings right before they came up with their ruling. And in the last minute, they changed it because they wanted to be consistent with some other language. But it was actually their idea. I'm not sure which board member, but they were using that because they were trying to reclaim it from all the negative connotations. And I thought that was really great. It made a powerful impression on me.
Dave, can I go further on that?
Yes, please.
I
Jeff.
agree with her because I think that that's the problem with, like Mr. Cohen brought up an article and he last minute he changed a word and it kind of threw everything in the spiral. So if this aligns with what the ZBA decision and town council has kind of weighed in on this and it's all aligned and in keeping, then I think this is going to be a good thing. And I agree with what you said, Dave. So we need something, and this seems like finally something boiled down that gets to the point. So.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if this gets approved, it's not that regulation is gone. And people will argue that, well, there's less incentive to regulate. Well, there should be less incentive. We don't need a lot of regulations. We just need regulations targeted at the issues and nothing more. Nothing that creates non-conforming issues through zoning that will protect people in perpetuity. We just need to really boil this down into simple codification and regulation, and that's what I've been preaching all along. And I did my best to try to bend that opinion, to come out with something that the community would better accept, and that has failed too. So I just think that let's be done with this. Let's codify it. Let's regulate it. Time has shown that all of this fear mongering about mini hotels at every corner just hasn't happened. And maybe these people truly believed it was, but it didn't. So let's just move on. Matthew.
Yeah, I respect your opinion, Dave, on this. I don't necessarily, I disagree in some ways, and I'm not going to, go back and forth and nitpick or anything. But like I said before, I think the town is, we've done this dance before, the town spoken. I don't think that the people are ready to open up the zoning like that. And so that's why my group, took a different approach on this. It's essentially what you're talking about, but I think that people are uncomfortable opening up the zoning like that. And I think that's what it comes down to. And my fear is, to be quite honest with you, if something like this is backed, and even though it's been shot down 5 times, nothing at the end of the day, we're just going to end up back to square zero because they're just going to say no to all of it. And I don't want to see that happen because I think that, myself and Nantucket Neighborhoods First has really brought something different and something that could really help this community. So, and like I said, you're talking about our article, but I from our engagement with the community, I don't see the community being comfortable with this. So, thank you.
Matthew, before you wander off, and I don't want to go down any rabbit holes here, but you've brought forward a general bylaw, 1, 2, 3 article, correct?
Correct.
So you do see a value in regulating through bylaws.
I see a value, and the reason, that's kind of a yes and no question. The value we see out of it is that we aren't necessarily regulating as much as just putting a kind of a pause to make sure this doesn't spin out of control and understand what we're doing. Because even from 2 years ago, from 2022, we're dealing with a completely different market. Every year, we're breaking $1 billion in real estate sales. Who's buying this? What's going on here? How many are out there? As of today, there's only 600 registered STRs with the town. So it's what what is the problem anymore? That's
Agree
what
with
we
you.
want to see.
I
And
agree.
so I understand, I know that's not an exact answer to your question, but I see the value in it, yes. But I think this problem also needs to be studied and understood more before we do a zoning and cement, the fate of whatever direction we decide to go into.
I respect that. So just trying to pick your brain a little bit. Thank you. Anybody else in the public or board members have any comments on this?
Nope.
All right.
Hang on.
Oh,
I would just say in response to Matt Peel that we have spent 4 years and 6 town meeting cycles on this. We've had one special town meeting for this.
Yep.
We have gummed up the works. We have not paid attention to some very big items that will cost us. And we need to, just from that standpoint alone, we have to move on. We have very good data that shows that in reassurance to your concerns, because I don't want to invalidate. I'm sure you have had experiences, otherwise you wouldn't be authoring the article. So I understand that, but I have a statistics background, so I really like when I can look at numbers and see a trend. And I like to really get into those numbers and try to smell them out and see if I can understand them. And I have some theories about why it's gone down. And I think that's going to affect the budget. I don't know what that's going to look like. But I think we certainly don't need any restrictions or regulations. We have passed some that we have not implemented yet. So it would be really good if we could we will implement those this year, and then we'll see how that is. And then we'll be able to tailor it from there. So I say that to reassure you. Thank you.
awesome. Thank you, Carolyn. With no one else looking to speak online or in
Make a motion, we close the public hearing, sir.
Second.
All right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Make a motion at this point that we send this to town meeting with a positive recommendation.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well, so that's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Okay, we are on to the final one for this evening. The zoning bylaw change or amendment regarding short-term rental. Fritz McClure. Is Fritz online or in the building?
Give me just a second. Let me bring Fritz over as a panelist.
Great. Hey, Fritz. Welcome back to the other side of the table. I think you're muted, Fritz. Fritz, you're still muted. Wonder if we took too long and he walked away from his computer. I wouldn't blame him. Well, Fritz, you're there. There you are. Welcome, Fritz.
I can't hear him.
I can't hear him either.
Fritz, we
We
can't
can't,
hear
Fritz, we
you. You're
can't
not
hear you.
showing as mute, but
Yeah,
we
you've got no audio though.
Turn up your mic or something. You're not muted. We just can't hear you.
You may have to select the little arrow next to the microphone and make sure you have the right mic selected.
Correct.
Still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
Welcome
can.
back. Good to see you, Fritz.
Good. A wild guess at which microphone. Well, last for the evening, but I'm sure I'm not going to be the last to speak. So, given your the vote that you just made, I'm not anticipating anything, but I do appreciate the opportunity to present this article. And I think the article and the explanation that I gave in the questionnaire it speaks for itself and adequately describes the article. But I do want to take just a few minutes, if I may, and I know it's late and it won't take a long time, to just point out a few things about this particular article, why I brought it forward and how it differs from others that have preceded it. Just for my comments, I sponsored this article because I believe the regulation of STRs needs to be addressed in our zoning bylaw, and I think a majority of the island residents agree, at least as those expressed by people at the most recent town meeting. I mean, I do point out that over 50% of the people at that meeting did vote in favor of some sort of additional regulation of STRs. So I agree with Matt and the comment that he just made. I don't really believe that the voters are ready to just open the zoning bylaw and have no regulation of STRs. But having said that, I also believe, as a lawyer who practiced law for over 40 years, that the logical interpretation of the term accessory use means subordinate to another use, less than 50%. And that's really the starting point for this article. I have, however, included accommodations in the article to acknowledge the seasonal nature of our economy and the long history of rentals by homeowners. And how have I done that? Well, first, residential use by owners, which is the key component of the article, residential use by owners, has been expanded to include the use not only of family members, but also friends. So for meeting whatever occupancy requirement there may be, that can be met by the owners using the property, family members using the property, or even friends using the property, as long as it's on a non-rental basis. Second, the residential use by an owner, family, and friends need be only a minimum of 30 days to qualify. And then I've added a third exception so that residential investment property can also qualify. And let me just explain that for a minute. If an owner rents the property as a residence for at least 6 months a year, then the owner has satisfied the residential use by owner requirement. The owner does not need to live in the property for 30 days or at all. For example, I could rent my cottage that I have here during the winter to a nurse or a fireman, or to be used as employee housing. And there are many organizations that are looking for temporary housing for employees. So that it could be, I could rent it for 6 months during the year. And then I could rent it as an STR during the summer or up to 6 months of the year, without a restriction other than the number of days, depending on the season. I think that goes a lot a long way in addressing some of the issue and concerns that people that do have investment property or rental property and have never occupied it as a mechanism to continue to short-term rent their property. I think it also provides a benefit and provides an incentive for those people who may not have the property used year-round, but provides an incentive for them to provide the kind of housing that we're all talking about and wanting to create, which is housing for people who are here part-time, housing for people who are come here and then need to get established. And that's what a lot of the tax exempt organizations, including one that I'm on the board of, does. We attempt to find housing for a period of time, 6 months, 9 months, until hopefully they can find housing on their own. So that's my basic thing. Why do I think we do need some sort of regulation in the zoning bylaw? I know I just heard talk about codifying the Zoning Board of Appeals decision in the case on West Dover Street, and still ongoing. I'd point out that ruling's been appealed, and I believe that the judge is likely to come down with additional requirements and along the lines that I've started out with. So that's why I think we need to still proceed with having some sort of a zoning bylaw. I'm happy to answer any questions about this particular bylaw, and let's leave it at that.
Great. Thank you, Fred. Don't go anywhere. I'm sure there's going to be questions. Board members. Anybody have any questions for Fritz? No. I mean, listen, Fritz, I like your article. I think it checks all the boxes. I have great concerns about the complexity and the enforcement of this. We've been down the path. How do we tell someone's actually really used their house? I mean, how enforceable is it? We can't even figure out if someone's used their house enough to make it legal for them to vote here, but we're gonna base a whole business regulation on that same method. And I'm not this, don't get me wrong, that's my concern, because I think that you've addressed every issue. I'm not in love with the accessory use, but everything else, it checks the boxes. I just really worry about enforcement of it.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I think with some of the prior articles that have been, I will say, similar to this, but I think this is very different. I think it goes a lot farther in addressing some of the concerns, especially the investment property issue. And some of those were more complex, and I think might have been subject to the concern about enforcement. But I don't think yes, any article needs to be enforced. Personally, I think there's a lack of enforcement of a lot of our existing zoning bylaws, and we could start with that. But I don't think this particular article is flawed in that respect, and here's why. This is no more difficult than for somebody to keep track, no more difficult than people keeping track of the number of days that they live in Massachusetts when they move to Florida and change their residency. It's called a calendar. You just put on the calendar every year the number of days that you use, the owner used the property, friends use the property, other people use the property. and then you record the short-term rentals. I don't believe it's ever intended or should be thought of that the health department in this particular case, and there are arguments about, certainly I know whether, in the past about whether that's the proper place to have that, but nevertheless, they are the enforcement agency. I don't interpret the enforcement of any of this as somebody going out and checking every single rental or STR to determine whether they comply. It's going to be like the IRS. They're going to take a handful of STRs and then they're going to go back and say, show us your records. And I don't think there's anything more to the record. I personally believe, most people are going to be honest about it. So I don't really see, Dave, that enforcement is a huge issue, or proof, let's put it that way, is a big issue. And that's just the way I feel about it. I just don't think that's a huge negative here.
No, fair. Leslie, did you have your hand up there for a sec?
That was an accidental hand raise.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online, Meg?
Kathy
Yep,
Baird.
Kathy Baird. And then Caroline's at the mic.
Welcome, Kathy.
Hi. I just have a couple questions for Fritz. I know that having been involved in this short-term rental work group and so forth, that in the past, one of the things about limiting rentals during the summer and keeping the churn down was to use the turnover or change of occupancy metric rather than 7 days. And the reason for that, as I understood it, was because let's say first of all, it makes it so that it makes it less affordable for anybody if they can't afford a full week. But if you wanted to rent your house for 3 or 4 days a week and only rent it once per week, you could have you'd have less impact on the town. You'd have less people in town, and also if you rented it for a shorter period of time during that week, most of the time people are not going to bring cars with them. So the whole concept that other towns had chosen that metric rather than a strict 7 days minimum was something that I thought was an accepted way to do that, to keep the turnovers down. I don't rent, for example, personally, I rent in the summertime, but I never rent for a week. I rent once per week, but it's always for a shorter period of time, to just to give the turnover a chance to happen. And there's less impact on the town, less people in my house for 7 days. They're only there for 3 or 4. So that's one thing just to think about there. And also, I think that the other metric was that 3 days minimum in the off season was a problem for the shoulder seasons. And I think that was something that was of concern to people. So it shuts down people coming for a wedding, people coming for a stroll, people coming for the events the chamber has created, Daffodil Weekend. People don't come for 3 days. They can't do that. There aren't events for that whole thing. So just concerns along those lines and questions about, why you put those restrictions in this article. And then I think just also go ahead.
I think he allows 3 days 3-day rentals in shoulder seasons, correct, Fritz? In your article?
Yes.
Yes. He does allow.
Yeah,
for
but
3
3
days
days is
of
too
shoulder.
long. People come for the weekend. They don't come for 3 nights. They come for 2 nights. And that's fine.
But maybe Kathy, then the renter could accommodate the pricing to make it viable, because that 3rd day won't be rented, right? So
you have to play a game with it. I don't understand why would we do that when there was never any data that showed there were problems in the off season. And this is I'm just asking the question, and why it seemed to be somewhat of an accepted practice, and why to go back to something that was more strict when there's no there wasn't any data that showed that was a problem.
I guess that's a question for Fritz. I can't
Yes,
help you on that
that's
one,
what I'm
Fritz.
doing. I'm done. I'm just asking the question. Thank you.
Yeah. Fritz, the floor is yours.
I don't have a particular response to that. Wasn't aware of what the accepted practice was. It just seemed to me that during the rest of the year that short-term rentals are likely to be less of an issue, and therefore a shorter time period, minimum time period was okay. And at the same time, I think I'm trying to keep short-term rentals not being too short. So there's no explanation for it other than that.
No, I think that if I had if I could look into the future and the floor of town meeting and people's minds, I think that one per property and one per person is probably going to be where you get the most resistance from my experience in this. But again, like I said, I don't hate your article. I think that it's thoughtful, and I think it checks most of the boxes. I just have a core concern about the accessory use. But do we have anyone else in the public or?
I just wanted to say something to Fritz McClure regarding the enforcement. That I think you're talking about the honor system, which I think most people I know would be good at doing. But I also believe that it encourages the neighbors, especially in this atmosphere where we've had 2, 3, 4 years of lawsuits, neighbors against neighbors here on Nantucket, anything we can do to get away from that. But where you have people who are peering over your shoulder or wondering, are you in there for 30 days and trying to count how many times they see your front door open, I just think that would not be the way to go. I think we need to get away from things like that.
You.
We have Ron Kokot online and then Campbell at the mic.
Okay. Campbell?
Yeah.
Campbell, floor is yours.
She's tall. Okay, I thought Ron was going. Sorry, Campbell Sutton again. I just sort of had a question about it. In the accessory use, through you, Chair.
Yeah.
It's a minimum of, you have to live in your house for 30 days, and then did I read it that there's a restriction on how many days you can short-term rent based on how many days you're there? Was it like then you could rent for 29, or is that a different article?
No, that's this article. Yes, in other words, it's a minimum of 30 days. So if you live there, well, except if you or any family member or friends are there for 30 days, then you could short-term rent for 29. And on. If you did it for 3 months, then you could short-term rent for 1 day less than 3 months.
Okay, okay, super. I just wanted to make sure that there was a connection between how long you, your friends, or family were in the house. Like if I'm there for 6 months, living there, then I can rent for 5 months and 25 days, let's say, something like that.
Yes,
Correct?
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, super. Thank you.
Yeah. And the one thing that is different than past articles is there's no limit on the number of short-term rentals, which I think was one of the issues where counting and record keeping seemed to be a problem. I think that was specifically noted by somebody at the last town meeting. So that's not in there. I think this is about as simple as it can be made, and I do believe that a lot of it would be simply on the honor system with random audits, just like the IRS.
Great.
Which I don't think would overburden or as long as there's going to be somebody at the health department charged with some enforcement, I don't
Yep.
think it's going to be overburdening or cause a lot of money to be spent.
Great. Fritz, thank you. Well, we might have more questions with Ron, so don't disappear on us. Ron Colcott, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. I'd just like to comment on the occupancy requirement, the 30 days or whatever number of days it ends up being, which is obviously targeted at seasonal owners. It's totally impractical in terms of being workable for that seasonal owner. And what I mean by that is most of the leases that are signed by short-term renters end up being signed in September, October, November, December, January, prior to the coming season. I've been on the island since 1982 and have rented my home some years as many as 10 weeks and other years not at all, frequently only 2 weeks. And it's varied every year, and it's depended on my status. It's been dependent on my status in life. When I was very involved in a career and didn't get opportunity to take a lot of vacation, I might have only been on the island for 2 weeks a year and then a couple of weekends, Christmas stroll, maybe Thanksgiving. And yet I had to commit to leases long before I knew when I would be on the island. Therefore, the bottom line is that this would be impractical for me to try to plan short-term rentals 6, 7 months in advance without having any idea how much time I would spend on the island during the course of that year. So from that perspective, I find it to be totally unworkable. And again, as I said earlier, really targeting the seasonal resident who is in my predicament or whatever stage of their life cycle they happen to be in. And so from that standpoint, I would like to see the occupancy requirement removed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. I think,
Can I respond to that, Dave, or do you want?
Of course, Fritz, you're welcome to.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't, as somebody who for, a couple of decades was a part-time summer resident and rented their house from time to time. The residential use requirement that's in here is very minimal. And I would just simply point out 30 days, most people that own the house, if they're going to use it at all, are probably going to be there for close to 30 days. And when you add in the fact that it can include any family members or even friends, if you're only going to be there for 2 weeks, it's not too hard to tell some friend to come down and use it for 2 weeks, as long as you're not renting it. So I think that I don't believe that it should be that burdensome. And the second point that I would make to the gentleman is, if he's not coming at all, then find somebody to rent it for 6 months in the wintertime. And then you don't have to be here at all. It can be purely an investment property or mix it. So I think I've gotten made it as about as skinny as you can possibly make it. And I guess I would just leave it there. I don't believe it's should be that big a problem.
I think that what we've learned in the past 5 years is that there's no way to accommodate every individual person's needs or wants. And that unfortunately is how people vote. And that's why I think that most of the articles have failed, is that there's too many individual needs to make their property work. And it's not your fault, Fritz. It's not my fault, because I've been part of plenty of articles that have failed. It's really hard to address everyone's personal needs in one article. And I think that I think you're right, Fritz. I think you've made yours about as liberal as it could possibly be. So
I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out how knowing the different types of people that there are, and friends of mine, and how often they use my next door neighbor. They're here a couple of weeks in the spring and a couple of weeks in the fall, and sometimes a little after that. And they need to rent to pay some of the upkeep. And so I've tried to accommodate as much as I could, as many, not people, but as many scenarios as I possibly can. I agree with you. I don't think you can create something that is some sort of a regulation of short-term rentals without affecting somebody somewhere. And unfortunately, that's the case. And but I think this goes about as far as is about as liberal as one can be, and still have a regulation can be, and still have it be some regulation of short-term rental.
I would agree, Fritz.
So Stephen Morris was at the mic, then Matt Beal, then Ron Cocott has his hand up again.
Okay, great. So let's go to Stephen. Was he up first?
Yes.
Okay, welcome back, Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Fritz, I wonder if you could explain what is the benefit to a neighborhood or to the community in requiring somebody to artificially fill their house. Somebody can only make it themselves 2 weeks, and maybe that was unexpected, and they've already committed to 4 weeks of rentals. So now they need to find somebody to come live in their house for 15 days. And the only person they have is their ne'er-do-well cousin, and he ne'er-do-well, and it's never, it's not who you want in the house, and it's not who we want on the island, but it's the only option the homeowner has. Why have we created that situation?
Well, the answer is not why have I created the situation. The answer is because I think that's a very minor issue problem. But I start out with the fundamental, I'm a lawyer. Accessory means subordinate. And I believe that that's what the land court's going to say when they review the case that's, review the holding of the ZBA. And it's nothing more than that. It's my interpretation of it. You have to have some residential use of the property in some way. And it's as simple as that, Steve.
Okay, so if there were some other mechanism, for instance, Ms. Baltzer's bylaw, or it's not a bylaw, it's a zoning amendment, where we no longer have to call it accessory, we can call it something else, which is everything that accessory is, except that it doesn't have to be subordinate, then that would remove the need to have this requirement where we have somebody come fill a house who otherwise maybe wasn't interested in coming.
I'm not following you at all.
Okay. If short-term rentals were not only an accessory use, if they were in every other way an accessory use, except it wasn't called accessory, then putting your lawyer hat on, we no longer have the requirement that the number of days that the property is used as a short-term rental is one less than the days that the property was used as a primary residence. And so now we don't have the situation where we have to artificially create occupancy in the house. The house can sit empty, which
accessory. The Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court has held that in short-term rentals, the use has to be an accessory.
Not in the scenario that I just described. If you were to adopt a new definition,
You're gonna change the zoning bylaw to completely remove accessory?
well, I mean, that stands just as much to reason as the idea that we have to incentivize people to send their friends and family to Nantucket in the off-season when they otherwise might not. And we have more people on the boat and the roads and the grocery store when they didn't want to be here. I don't see the logic in that. But
Then we
I
disagree.
heard your explanation.
Then we disagree. I don't have an answer for you. Thank you.
And that's okay. That is okay. Mr. Peel.
Thank you. Excuse me. I just want to touch on enforcement real quick, but it's my understanding, I think it's going to go through any of the articles, that the town has budgeted in an STR coordinator. And while I have not seen the job description for that position, my assumption would be there would be some sort of enforcement involved with that as well. So I just wanted to put that out there because I know there's concerns out there, but it sounds like the town is addressing those with an STR coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Was there somebody, Mr. Colcott? Is
We
he
have
still-
Ron, and then we have Virginia Vidoni.
Okay,
Sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
nope, you got it. Ron, welcome back.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on Mr. McClure's response to my comments, I want to respectfully disagree that having a 30-day limit, if I want to rent 29 days, or if I want to rent 40 days, I have to be there 41 days, is anything but simple and minimal and straightforward. And as I have said, and I'm sure many young people, which I'm not anymore, but many young people would agree that their dream of having a second home there, when they only get 2 weeks of vacation a year, 30 days is anything but simple and minimal. And secondly, his comment that if you're not there but 1 or 2 weeks a year, you can rent it out for 6 months during the winter as a long-term rental. That's a reasonable response with one exception, and that exception being in the state of Massachusetts. I have a number of friends and acquaintances who have signed lengthy leases, 6 years or 6 months or a year, and have had unbelievable horror shows in getting those renters out of the house. And so while I would welcome the opportunity to rent my house in the winter for a long term, until the state of Massachusetts changes those laws, there is no way in the world I would even consider doing it. So thank you very much.
Yeah, can I just respond? I'm not being argumentative at all.
You can, Fritz. This shouldn't be a beat up on Fritz, or should it be argumentative?
Yeah, no, I'm not trying.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
I'm simply responding to his last comment. And trying to be helpful, really, because if he were interested in that, there are a number of organizations that would love to be able to rent your property for a period, whatever you wanted to do, a period for employee housing. And the advantage of using especially through a nonprofit is, I think, is you avoid the potential for a lot of those problems because you can, you have the assistance of the employer in them wanting to make sure that the tenant leaves on time and in an orderly manner because they want to continue to be able to use your property and they don't want to cause any problems. So, I mean, that's an issue. I'm quite aware of the issue in Massachusetts, but I think in Nantucket, you can find tenancies through nonprofits that will minimize that problem. That's the only response I have.
Great. Thank you, Fritz. So, do we have Virginia Verdoni? It's not on my screen, so I'm gonna slaughter it. But is Virginia, you bringing her over? There we go. Hi, Virginia, welcome. Oh,
Her
it's
husband,
Bob.
Bob Vidoni. Can you hear me?
We can, Bob.
Okay, the comment I have on the occupancy requirement being the 30 days and how it relates to having to make leases a year in advance. We have a real situation right now. We were supposed to come in February. My wife has to have surgery, so we're going to lose those 4 weeks. We can't come. And what if it was worse than it is, and we couldn't come for those 30 days or at all for 6 months, and we have leases? What are we supposed to do with legal contracts that are made a year in advance? I don't understand how we can be forced to terminate leases that are legal because we can't meet the occupancy requirement because of a medical emergency. That's my, through the chair, that's my question to Fritz.
Thank you, Bob. Fritz?
Again, I understand what the gentleman is saying. And like we said, I don't think we can create a regulation that regulates short-term rentals without creating some hardship to individuals in certain circumstances. But I simply point out that the 30-day requirement can be satisfied by either the owner, owner's family, or friends of the owner. And I have a hard time believing that in those circumstances, you can't. I've got a number of friends who would be more than happy to come down and use my house. I can tell you that.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, I don't want to get in an argument about it.
No,
but
it's not an argument. I respect your opinion. I'm just trying to give you some real life scenarios.
No, I understand.
My family has jobs. They can't just up and leave and go because we say Nantucket's available. Maybe they can't afford the ferry. Maybe I have friends that can't do that. I mean, it's nice to say, well, it's too bad you're out of luck. But I'm looking at a legal situation where, we're doing what's required by the law. We have leases, we have short-term leases, and who's to answer for having to call up people that have already made boat reservations and all kinds of things and tell them, oh, I'm sorry, you can't come, we're canceling your lease. That will really look good for Nantucket. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Listen, appreciate the time.
Yes, thank you. And I think Fritz has put a lot of thought into this. And like I said, I think that it's really difficult to craft any kind of regulation that takes everyone's personal situation into account. And I think that Fritz has done a good job with that. So if there's no one else that would like to speak, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
You want to just second? Joe?
Second, whatever. Sorry.
Okay, so motion made by Joe, seconded by Barry. Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. As for the merits, gentlemen?
If you want. I'm not.
Make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to take no action.
Okay. Second for discussion, someone, maybe?
Trying to be nice.
I would say support one article, don't support multiple articles.
No, so let's back down for a second and have this discussion. I think I, I honestly believe that, I mean, we can't support all the articles, right?
Right.
But I also don't believe, I believe Fritz's articles should come forward and be considered by the public. And I don't think we should give it a negative recommendation because that insinuates that it's a bad article, which I'm not sure it is. I mean, and I'm speaking for myself. You guys can argue with me, but that's kind of my position here. If we could get more than one positive, I would consider it, but I don't think that's a message we should send either. So, but I also think that I mean, someone's going to call it anyway. I think that, you know, that people should consider all these articles.
And Mr. Chairman, I kind of agree. I mean, I think we're 4 people. So I think, you know, we should be putting through this one and go to the people. But I do like what Fritz has written. So I do think that this is something that may have a fighting chance. Out of everything I've seen, I do think he's been very concise in what he's been trying to do. As he's found out that you're never going to make it perfect or make anyone happy, and we get that. And you know, I mean, I think to the person that had the issue with the surgeries, I think there's a way to reach out to the Board of Health and say, listen, we've got a medical problem and we can't come, and we'll send a doctor's note, whatever. I mean, you can go on and on and on in creating scenarios, but as Barry's always said, don't look for perfection. And I think this is a really well crafted article. So
The accessory use article, I feel it's the best we've seen.
yeah, I mean, good Lord. I mean, as Carolyn said earlier, we've had 6 bites of an apple. So
yeah,
I think this is probably like the least poisonous one I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
I mean that respectfully, Fritz.
Yeah, I mean, I personally am not, you know, for me, I don't agree with the accessory approach, but there's a lot of people that do. And I think that Fritz has offered a very good article that addresses that.
Right.
So I
they may get altered on the floor. Who knows? I mean,
I certainly don't think we should be giving it a negative, in my opinion, giving it a negative review.
All right, so I haven't had this discussion yet, Dave. I don't think we've talked about it this way, but I hear what you're saying. But there is not a motion. We'd have to put language in our motion to say we have some issues with it or whatever we want to say, that we want the public to hash it out at town meeting. Is that what you're basically saying?
I'm saying that we could give it, did staff have it or Barry have a thought on this before or Leslie's got her hand up?
If the planning board wants to give both articles a positive recommendation to ensure that they get discussion on the floor, we could craft a comment for each of the articles for you to consider at a future meeting, explaining, you know, why you supported 2 articles.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we could be talking about this with housing and all kinds of stuff, you know what I mean? So I'm just trying to be clear. We have to have some kind of language saying why we're saying positive for 2 different completely different articles. That's all I'm saying.
Agreed, and we don't, listen, in a perfect world, and we don't live in one, I think that a positive recommendation on both would be great. But listen, I'm just the chair, guys. Like, you know, I want to hear what you think. Like,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Barry.
I think you've listened to, pretty near about 2 hours worth of testimony on these things?
Me? Probably 2,000 hours.
Yeah, well, if you consider everything else that's gone in the background, absolutely. There's been a lot. I think the public is really counting upon us to define what we think is the pivotal moment here that's going to be with STRs. And if you keep approving or saying yes to everything, it sends a very unclear and mixed message about what it is. And again, you will put town meeting, square and center of everything, to have to sort all that out. So I, for one, on this board, would like to at least support one thing that I feel really encapsulates what needs to happen here. And tell the public with a degree of confidence that we believe this is what it is. This is where we need to go, as opposed to like, well, we're going to approve everything, you guys figure it out for yourselves. And I don't think that, I think that's a disservice to the public. So I'm calling on you on a different level, but you'll all bring different things to the table. So thank you for listening.
No, I appreciate that point of view, Barry, but I think that our recommendations at town meeting, especially on these short-term rental articles, if you want to start a scoreboard, I don't think people are looking for us to bring forward something. I think I don't know what to think, to be honest with you, but I do think that the accessory use deserves its time on town floor without being sullied by a negative recommendation by us. I mean, we can pick our side if we decide that, and we have, to give a favorable recommendation to codification, to Belcher's article. That's great, but if I do think that we should at least have some verbiage in our motion, if we give it a take no action, to say, hey, this, I don't, this article, if accessory use is the way people decide they want to go, this article is representative of a good accessory use article. I mean, I don't know. I'm stuck here because I don't think that us giving a positive recommendation really on this issue carries a lot of water anymore. I really don't.
I just don't want to create more confusion, Dave, but
I agree with you guys. I
go
get
along.
it.
I just, at the beginning of this meeting, the first comments were, we have less STRs and hardly any complaints. And then all of a sudden, we're back to confusing regulations. So I'm okay with what you're saying. I do technically agree with it in principle, but we have to have the language that Leslie and Megan are talking about. We have to have something that says why we did it. You can't just be, we're in favor, we're like, sort of like for and against at the same time. Like, you can't have that.
Well,
That's not our job to do that.
Want to vote to give this a positive recommendation and then have none of us be able to agree on the motion, because that would be bad. So
No, I'm fine with giving it positive with the right language to read that can be in the warrant.
how about this? How about we continue it and sleep on it and get a draft motion?
I think that may be a little bit better.
The 30th is getting busier, but that's fine.
But I think that may be better to help clarify.
We can put this on Monday if you want.
Oh, we can?
Yeah, we can put it on.
Go that fast?
Does that give you enough time, though, to kind of coalesce?
Is it?
No.
No, all right, then, let's go to the 30th.
You already posted, right?
I mean, honest answer, no.
And I'm not saying that you
Will you be available on the 30th?
either.
Are you available 30th?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Perfect.
perfect.
I would suggest, though, before you move to continue, you need to move to reopen the public hearing.
Reopen the public hearing.
I'm going to,
Oh, okay.
I'd actually like to rescind my motion at this point about, that's okay, we actually
Yeah, we
voted
did
in
already.
totality with that, didn't we?
So,
So we gotta reopen that.
I'm going to make a motion at this point that we reopen the public hearing on this particular article for future discussion.
second.
Right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
And then I'll make a motion at this point that we continue this to January 30th.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. All right, guys. Sorry to throw a curveball at you like this.
No,
but,
that's fine.
It's all right.
yeah, I just think it's important that we support options.
I mean, I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, that 4 years ago, the room would be full.
I didn't mean to do that, sorry.
Just trying.
Oops, could you do that?
That was an accident.
Not to
No,
worry.
you're right. This
Wonder
room would
how
be
that
packed
happened.
4
The
years
same
ago.
voice comes on every time.
Is there any other business that you need to bring up?
I just want to just say thank you very much for your consideration. I really appreciate some of the positive things I've heard from you. I wasn't expecting as much, so thank you very much. And I look forward to whatever you decide to do on. I mean, I will be here. I'll be with you on the 30th. I'm not sure how much
Thank you.
input I can give, but I appreciate your consideration. I do very much.
Well, thank you for a thoughtful article. And it's good to see you.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
seeing no other business before us at this point, I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, second by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Yo,
Aye.
and I'm an I as well.
Thank you.
That was a long one. Thank you, guys. Thank you, staff, for bearing with our insanity.